Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the great pleasure in opening this 26th meeting of the Program, Budget and Administration Committee of the Executive Board. As the committee members have been advised, the Government of Thailand has nominated a new Executive Board member, Dr. Viraj Tangesorothian, and he has been nominated as their new PBAC member. It is now proposed that Dr. Viraj be elected as the chairman of this committee. Is this proposal acceptable to the committee? I see no objection. Dr. Viraj is therefore elected as chairman of the PBAC. It is with great pleasure that I invite Dr. Viraj to please come and take the chair seat.
Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for your confidence. It is a great honor to chair this very important PBAC 2016, PBAC 26. And the most important task ahead of us is to adopt the program budget 2018 and 19 by the WHA next week. Before we turn to the adoption of our agenda, let me first give the floor to our DG to say a few words. Dr. Chan, you have the floor.
I congratulate you for taking this very important position, and a very warm welcome to... I'm sorry? Sorry. Spanish interpretation. Are you working? Okay, good. So let me start again. Congratulations to Dr. Viraj. Is it working? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Thank you for agreeing and to chair this very important PBAC. And a very warm welcome to all PBAC members and non-PBAC members, and of course to all the regional directors and their teams and the colleagues in head office here. So just a warm welcome and thank you. And let's get to work.
Thank you, DG. Let us now adopt our agenda. The provisional agenda is contained in document EB-PBAC 26 Ref 1. I'd like first to propose the deletion of the following agenda items. The third bullet under agenda item 2.5, hosted partnership. There's no proposals for the WHO to host this formal partnership. Agenda item 3.5, the Secretary has advised me that there is no request received for special arrangement for the settlement of arrears. Agenda item 3.6, there are no new members and associate members. And finally, agenda 3.7, there are no proposed amendments to the financial regulation and rules. So these are the 4 items that I suggest to delete. May I take it that the committee agreed to delete these items? I see no objection. It is so agreed. Are there further comments or observations on the provisional agenda? I see no comment. The agenda is therefore adopted as amended with 4 deletion. Now come to program of work and schedule for today and tomorrow. On our program of work, I'd like to propose that before we take agenda item 2, we first consider agenda item 3.2, which is proposed program budget 2018 and 19. I was informed that the DG can only be with us this morning and early part of this afternoon. So it is very important that she is present when we discuss the proposed program budget for the next biennium. Is this acceptable to the committee? I see no objection. It is so agreed that we will take this agenda first. I'd like to also propose that we take the staffing matters altogether. So we shall discuss together agenda 310 on annual report on human resource and agenda 2.6 amendments to the staff regulation and staff rules. So these 2 items will be taken altogether. It is also proposed that agenda item 3.1 on overview of financial situation, program budget 2016 and 17, and agenda item 3.3 be discussed altogether. Finally, due to the late distribution of the annual report on evaluation, it is proposed that we take agenda 2.4 after agenda 3.9 on report of the internal auditors. This should allow us to have more time to read the document. May I take that the committee agree with these proposals on schedules and program of work? I see no objection. It is so agreed. Regarding our work schedule, it is foreseen that today and tomorrow we'll meet in the morning from 9:30 to 12:30, and in the afternoon from 2:30 to 5:30, and as usual, there will be no coffee break. But of course, you have a health break anytime you'd like. We'll use this traffic light to manage our time. You see, red, yellow, and green. And I propose that as in the board, statements be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. In any case, I rely on you to be brief in your intervention, short and succinct. Let me remind you that we have to review and adopt our report to the Assembly and the EB 141st by 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. That we need to give enough time to the Secretariat to prepare the draft report. With regard to the draft report, committee members may remember the problem we had in the previous meetings in having the draft report available in other language for your review. Would the committee be agreeable at this stage that the draft report for our review tomorrow afternoon be available in English only, bearing in mind that the final report will be available next Monday in all official language? So you have 2 days lag time between the 6 official language and the English formulation on Friday afternoon. I see no objection. It is so agreed. Thank you very much for your support, and I look forward to the constructive and effective work of PBAC 26 session. Before we move to agenda item 3.2, the Secretariat has announcement to make. Dr. Armstrong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just two brief announcements to let you know that today at lunchtime, or in fact from 2 p.m, so as we will give you a chance to have something to eat, there will be an information session, a presentation on the updated web portal in here in the executive room from 2 p.m. immediately prior to the PBAC starting at 2:30. And many of you are also aware that tomorrow from 2 p.m. in the afternoon, the Secretariat will be conducting a mock vote for the DG election in the UN plenary hall at the Palais des Nations. Many of you may be, or your delegates may be also participating in that event, and we are providing shuttle services for those who are participating from here at WHO from lunchtime tomorrow for that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Tim. My personal note to you is the mock DG election tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock is so important, and to facilitate smaller delegation of PBAC members. I would urge you that PBAC 26 will close around noon, 12:30, if that is at all possible, so that will facilitate colleagues to travel to the Palais des Nations to mock DG election, so that on Tuesday next week we have a safe and smooth conduct of business. And that is so critical for the future of the organization. If this is the case, I will make a plea that we have a more effective work in our interventions. Tim, you have a webcast. You have to announce the webcast. WebEx.
That the meeting is being WebExed? Yes.
Sure.
And just to announce that the meeting is being WebExed.
Let us now consider agenda item 3.2 on proposed program budget 18-19. It contained in document A70/7. Under this item, the Secretariat has also prepared 3 information documents. A70 Doc 2, which set out the rationale for a proposed increase in the assets contribution. Doc 5 provide the current practice and proposed ways forward for the financing of CAT 6 and cost recovery mechanisms. And Doc 6, which provides strategies and plan for value for money in WHO, in line with the WHO reform. Before I open the floor for discussion, I shall first invite the Director of Planning, Resource Coordination and Performance Monitoring to present to us the proposed program budget 2018-19. Dr. Hollow, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. So before presenting the program budget, I just would like to take a second on looking at how we arrived to the current program budget. And as you know, this has been an outcome of series of consultations, which started with EU member states, then started country-level priority setting through the bottom-up process. Then we had the top-down feedback loop, which was making sure that global and regional priorities are also reflected in the program budget. Then, of course, we looked at SDGs and wanted to make sure that SDGs are properly reflected in the new program budget. And then we had the consultations at the RCs, the PBAC, the EB, and now we arrived to the World Health Assembly and the PBAC before that, incorporating most of your comments. So what are the key changes compared to the EB version? One of the first, one of the criticism of the previous version was that although in the introduction the SDGs are properly reflected, when it was not properly followed through when we were discussing the categories and the program areas. So we made sure that each program area description and each category description properly reflects what is it and how we are contributing to SDGs. There's also a new development. We've created a new program area by the merger of two program areas, gender, equity and human rights, and social determinants of health. We simply merged the outputs and focused on equities and SDGs, and we believe that this will be an example how to do cross-cutting work better across the program budget and, of course, in 18-19. In addition, we created a new secretariat in Category 6 under 6.1.1 Leadership and Governance with a small budget initially to coordinate and lead the SDG work across the organization. And lastly, we have firmed up the results framework for the antimicrobial resistance new program area, and we streamlined the 7 outputs to 3 to concentrate on country support, normative stewardship framework, and global advocacy and coordination. The programmatic emphasis has not changed. So in line with the SDGs, universal health coverage with emphasis on strong and resilient health systems is one of the key priorities of the program budget. We are, of course, continuing with ongoing commitments on communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, reproductive, maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health, vaccine coverage, health and environment, etc. So this budget is a continuation of previous year's work. The special focus on and increasing the work on AMR. Of course, the health emergency program and the full-scale implementation of the health emergency program is also one of the priorities. And we continue the WHO reform, and especially focusing on transparency and accountability. And for example, the framework, the implementation of the framework for engagement with non-state actors will be a key issue for us in the next biennium. In terms of the numbers, the new program budget is 81.1 million higher proposed program budget than the 16-17 one. And out of that 81 million, 46 million is in the base program. And basically, there are 3 areas which are increasing, and this is the health emergency program, AMR, and the Secretariat for SDGs. So to give you a little bit more detail compared to the EB version. So in the EB version, you told us that that you would like to see a more realistic, pragmatic budget, and you asked us to rethink the numbers and see if there was a possibility to decrease the request for a budget increase. So the original budget increase for the base program was 99 million, which is now decreased to 46 million. But there are 2 very important elements. One is that basically all the budget increases now are in the regions and nothing in headquarters. And the second is that we reduced this request for budget increase without touching the emergency program, AMR. So the increases which were proposed in January in these 2 program areas remain the same. And we added 5 million for this new secretariat that we are setting up to do SDG coordination. So then how did we achieve, if all this has been preserved and we even added 5 million, that we reduced the request? So firstly, we realigned or readjusted our aspirations in Category 2 and Category 5 and especially Category 4, especially in 4.4, which is health information and evidence. these decreases are basically readjusting a slightly unrealistic or slightly aspirational budget to a less aspirational budget. The reality is that these program areas have been unable to attract the resources over several biennium that would have been needed for full financing of a quite high proposed budget ceiling. But we're not cutting back these areas to their ability to fundraise, but we just started to reduce it a little bit, so there's still room for growth and aspirations in both of these areas. And then in category 6, which is also the result of the discussions during the PBAC and the EB, we were asked to produce and demonstrate cost savings, further cost savings, I should say, and basically we are decreasing the category 6 budget, and especially the management and administration segment, by 24 million. The reason that there's only an 18 million decrease in category 6 is because the new stewardship function for SDGs is also in category 6. But the real decrease in management administration is bigger. It is 24 million. And it is also for us a symbolic message to you that we're committed to further cost savings and cost reductions. Maybe I don't go into this slide, but I just wanted to show you how these cost savings are coming about in category 6, which was discussed earlier. We are basically looking at staff expenditures, try to find cheaper solutions to carry out certain functions, and we're doing very stringent travel budget controls. We have a new procurement strategy, which we hope will bring results, and we have strengthened policy and control for dealing with the direct financial contributions. It is very important that the important functions related to transparency and accountability in category 6, which is compliance, risk management and ethics, internal oversight services, and evaluation, have not been impacted by the budget decrease. If you look at how the budget is distributed among major offices, you can see that basically AFRO, and the African region and the Eastern Mediterranean regions are seeing the most important increases, and this is related to the new health emergency program. These are the most emergency-prone regions, and the major reason behind any increases in the budget, the way it's put together, is due to the emergency program, so it is quite natural. In terms of categories, the situation is the same. Most categories remain the same. Category 1, which is communicable diseases, increases slightly. That's because of AMR, which is now in this category. Of course, there's a substantial increase in the health emergency program, and there's a decrease in category 6 corporate services. You have probably seen in the program budget that there's a page which shows how our program areas and categories contribute to the SDG goals. Just want to draw your attention to that page, and I just want to tell you that there's been quite a rigorous process with the help of the category networks and the program area networks. We work together with them and ask them to assess their work and tell us how they contribute to the SDGs, and not only to the SDG goals, but to the SDG targets. And that more detailed information you can find on the new revised web portal. Of course, this is only mapping and showing how our work is related to it. The crux of the matter will be how we will actually change the way of working in 1819, and we will follow the 6 lines of actions which have been presented to you at the EB in order to realign our work and contribute to the SDG goals. And the last word about the financing of the program budget 1819. As demonstrated, there are increased efforts to improve efficiencies and broaden the donor base. But to leverage sufficient funding for the program budget 1819, the Director General is proposing a 28 million, which is a 3% increase in the SS contribution. This assessed contribution increase will enable the organization to use its resources more strategically to fund the priorities as set out by the Member States, make longer-term programmatic investment decisions in line with the SDGs, and improve the flexibility to respond to the new health emergency program. This proposal is less than the recommendation of the high-level panel on the global response to health crisis, which was 10% and which was also our original proposal earlier. But we felt that the 3% better reflects the capacity of member states to fund an increase. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hollow, for your thorough walk through the program budget and how it was drafted in this formulation, and also the crosswalk between SDG and Visual Program of Work and the whole process, as well as how to finance this program budget, including the 3% increase in the access contribution for the next biennium. The floor is open for discussion. May I invite members of the PBAC committee to comment first, and we'll invite non-PBAC members to speak in the later phase. In view of no comment from the PBAC member, I invite Spain. Czech Republic. Czech Republic, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of Austria, Bulgaria, Chile, Colombia, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia, and Spain. Mr. Chair, the discussions on the new draft program budget 1819 and the proposal to increase the assist contributions are approaching the decision point. We would like to appreciate the reflection and hard work that has gone into preparations of the revised budget proposal. We are pleased to recognize that the debates on the proposals have turned into a real dialogue. On the one hand, we have listened attentively to the arguments presented by the WHO Secretariat as well as other countries. On the other hand, our arguments have been taken into account, which we can see in the new draft program budget. The draft certainly goes in a good direction in terms of savings, efficiency measures, as well as what we consider a more realistic proposal to increase the assist contributions. We presented a number of points ranging from prioritization and alignment through the broadening of the donor base up to strengthening the WHO reform implementation, as well as the one WHO concept in the previous meetings. While we recognize the progress made, these arguments remain to be valid and will stay as an indivisible part of the future budgetary discussions. Our countries will follow progress in these areas very closely. A key argument on our part has been the timing of the decision to increase the assist contributions at the end of the mandate of the current DG. We still prefer to take such a decision only at a later time, in the context of orientations and priorities set by the new DG, who will surely have to face difficult decisions in this area. Also, we believe that important financial challenges such as the polio transition will be better defined only at a later stage. Mr. Chair, we understand the need for WHO to reverse the negative trend of recent years in the reduction of available flexible financing resources. Given the global nature of the problem, the WHO is not the only international organization affected. A strategic approach is required to present the added value and comparative advantage of WHO and thus attract more flexible financing. Again, this challenge needs to be taken up by the new DG. Having said all this, we will listen attentively to other member states' views on this. And I would like to apologize to Mexico, which I omitted to mention at the very beginning. So Mexico is also part of this statement. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Czech Republic, on behalf of a number of member states who make this intervention. I invite US. You have the floor, Madam. Great to see you again. Anne.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for chairing this meeting. And good morning, Madam DG. I think the lack of flags being raised around the PBAC membership does not indicate a lack of interest in this topic. Everyone is being very deferential. But I think it is important that this discussion be held, and we do thank the Director General for the proposed budget, and we commend the dialogue that she has undertaken very early in the process all along the way. So we appreciate that. We have witnessed WHO's mandates grow and recognize the added responsibilities that member states have asked WHO to undertake. The efforts to be transparent and efficient, whether through self-examination and lessons learned or through the creation of a budget portal, WHO has been a model in a number of respects in the UN system. We also recognize the many efficiencies WHO has been taking over the years when there has been no growth in assessed contributions. It is important to note the difficult choices the organization has made with regards to this budget in a resource-constrained environment. We appreciate the prioritization of the Health Emergencies Program and antimicrobial resistance work in the budget. We recognize that some other areas of work are important and have reduced resources. In part, as was said, that this is in relation to an inability to attract resources, but we hope that there can be increased voluntary contributions in these areas as well. Taking this into consideration, all of these things into consideration, we would not wish to block consensus on the adoption of the current proposal of the budget. And over the past several years, we have taken an approach that involves examining the proposed increases in assessed contributions from the perspectives of transparency, cost savings, from things such as efficiencies, streamlining of business processes, and reductions in lower priority activities, and also whether the proposed work program and budget clearly indicates which expected results and accomplishments would not occur if member states do not agree. So based on all of these things, this is our where we are landing on the budget. We also wish this year's discussion on the need to increase the budget to yield another result beyond an adopted 2018-19 budget, and this is to realize improved cost recovery procedures for projects executed through voluntary contributions. As we review the fiscal state of WHO, we can see that one trend over the years has been the steadily increasing dependency on voluntary contributions. As it now stands, 80% of the budget is precariously dependent on voluntary contributions. We believe that cost recovery policies are integral to this and future budget discussions. And our mission is willing to work with WHO and other member states to review this issue. Other organizations in the UN system have been implementing reforms as a result of their similar situations. The Secretariat of WHO has done so in many respects as well. But our efforts toward increased cost recovery are insufficient, and we would like further progress. We should not only see this session as the meeting where we adopted, the assembly next week, where we adopt this 2018-19 budget, but also determine the next steps on the path forward towards long-term fiscal stability. We are all responsible for ensuring that WHO is provided with the resources necessary to carry out mandates we deem vital. That I've gone over. I'm almost done. This organization's fiscal health determines its sustainability. Our nation's benefits when WHO can operate efficiently, realize its mission, and member state mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, USA, for your comments. I now invite China. You have the floor, sir. Madam.
谢谢。Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Roger to be elected as our chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for its introduction of the report. First, I would like to make some comment on the proposed increase of the assessed contribution. At the end of last year's financing dialogue, I also made a comment. We went back to China and we had a dialogue with the Ministry of Finance, and then we agreed that indeed we had a dialogue, and then we had several consultations. So in the end, they agreed to increase the assessed contributions. And so at this meeting, I'm coming with that outcome of that dialogue. So I would like to mention the outcome, and I think maybe that's something everyone's looking forward to. The Chinese government supports the DG to advance the WHO reform and appreciates the DG's efforts in improving the predictability of budget funding. China has always been fully paying assessed contributions to the UN agencies, including the WHO, in a timely manner. China has also contributed voluntarily to honor its international commitment. As mentioned by the DG, a reasonable increase in assessed contributions can help guarantee funds for priority programs and enhance WHO's independence, so that the WHO can better fulfill its function as a leading organization in coordinating global health. Therefore, the Chinese delegation supports the DG's proposal of having a 3% increase in assessed contributions for the proposed program budget 2018-2019. We call upon these countries whose assessed contributions have been reduced to consider providing voluntary contributions to the WHO in support of its better implementation of programs. Also, I would like to mention that the proposed program budget 2018-19, in principle, we agree.
In principle, we have no opposition to this proposed budget, but we have some comments. First, China endorses in principle the inclusion of the new program on health emergencies, and we take note that it's the biggest increase in the proposed program budget. The new program and its implementation imply a fundamental change for WHO, which is WHO's action potential and capacity to address outbreaks and humanitarian crises will complement its technical and normative functions. However, given the uncertainties and difficulties inherent in prediction and evaluation of the program related to health emergencies, we hope that flexibility should be an important consideration. We need to strike a balance in this regard. Second, we understand that the preparation of the program budget went through a dynamic process to identify priorities and a bottom-up approach. Given the fact during program implementation, countries' national circumstances will perhaps change and new needs might arise. Therefore, when preparing operational planning, we think that member states should be given some flexibility when it comes to setting priorities and budget allocation adjustment. Many priorities in the program budget are aligned with the priorities identified in the Memorandum of Understanding signed by China and the WHO on health cooperation along the Belt and Road initiatives. And China supports WHO in its efforts to implement health-related SDGs at global, regional, and national levels, and participate in global health actions and governance, and actively support international cooperation in health and explore effective ways for international cooperation. We will take an active part in future efforts to refine the program budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, China, for your strong support to this program budget, including with some comment and also the cost increase and the assist contributions. I now recognize France. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the DG. Thank you very much, and thank you for this revised draft. We can, of course, accept it, including, since we have no objection to an increase in assessed contributions, we can. This falls within the purview of our general policy as far as the United Nations is concerned. This increase in resources, I hope, will be made full use of. We need to invest. We don't need simply to spend more. We need to invest, on the one hand, in real estate. We need to invest in IT so that it's better able to operate in the services, more efficient, so that the staff spends less time to carry out checks, controls that are less useful, things that are not priority, and which in final analysis brings down the productivity of work of each of these operators. The reform in the US has spoken about that. It falls within the purview of a larger reform throughout the United Nations, and I do understand the DG that you're coming from the chief executive boards, and the Secretary General had some very dynamic words said, but also some very strict ones, stringent ones on the inefficiencies in the United Nations, which is no longer tolerable today when the challenges that face the planet, the climate crisis, refugees, but other crises as well, all these require a global response, a multilateral system which is efficient, which works, which enables countries to respond to the best of its capacities, the best that each and every one of us can do. So that we need to have an increased prioritization of work. That is to say, we need to make savings. And of course, there are savings that can be made. The Director General has said herself very explicitly, and I'm absolutely certain that among the reports that the WHO publish, some of them are not read by anyone, and I'm absolutely convinced of this. So is there any point in publishing pamphlets that are very pretty photos, etc., and make people waste time on something that nobody is going to read? And this is, of course, a ridiculous example that I've cited here, but there are many others, and there are essential ones. It's vital that all the agencies are part and parcel of this reform of the United Nations. There's a specialized agency, they have their own government, so they don't fall directly under the Secretary General, and they need to make every effort within that reform. And here I would like to invite, of course, the Secretariat, but all the member states as well, to make sure that they get their message across equally throughout all the agencies, so that it's a collective effort that is made. The objectives of the SDGs, of course, the one that started in 2015, we have to make sure that collaboration between agencies take place, so that there's collaboration, efficiency in the field, cooperation, that it enables countries to have the support that they need in order to be able to implement Agenda 2030. And this goes through bringing together a resource, the one UN concept. We have to make sure that we have a United Nations team, not individuals, but a team that is a kind of a consultancy service, which is extremely efficient, effective, robust, so that countries are able to meet their challenges, in particular the poorest countries, those that have the least human resources available, that need assistance from the UN the most. And that's what we need to do to ensure that the reform is successful. We need to continue to look for better efficiency, better performance, greater savings for all agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, France, for your intervention. I now invite Dominican Republic. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate you, sir, and I would also like to greet the Director General. And I would like to congratulate you for the good budget, the sound budget drawn up. I would like to say that with the measures, the saving measures, looking into travel costs, per diems, etc., and with a quota of 10% to then reduced to 3% increase in assessed contributions, that's a good amount, reasonable amount. It'll give the new DG a good opportunity to work better and not to have to wait for next year's budget, which would worsen the commitment of the organization. So we all agree that the increase should be carried out now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your full support, Dominican Republic. I now invite Sweden. You have the floor, Madam.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Madam Director General. Good morning. I wanted to start to thank the Secretariat for the update by IMRA. We welcome the revised budget and thanks also the Secretariat for working on it and providing us with that. We welcome very much the clear links to the SDGs that IMRA you mentioned, and also the streamlined results framework within the area of antimicrobial resistance. We consider the WHO, as we have said many times, the leading normative global health actor, and we recognize that following the setup of the new health emergency program, additional investments are needed. We believe that there are many valid reasons for an increase of the SS contributions, and you, Imran, you mentioned some of them, such as using resources more strategically and also long-term investment. We also recognize the important reforms that have been carried out in the past years, including the financial reforms and the introduction of the financing dialogue as the first UN agency in the whole UN family, and also reforms when it comes to cost control and cost savings. And as we have communicated before at the board session in January, we take a positive approach to the proposed increase, and we are ready to adopt this budget. However, we will expect continued and reinforced reform efforts to ensure improved results-based management, strengthen internal control systems, just to mention a few things. I think Franz mentioned digital reform, and I wanted to pick up on that point as well, because I feel it's been a bit forgotten about in our discussions overall on reform. So we will expect greater efforts when it comes to finding, new digital solutions and also embracing new technologies to increase efficiency. Again, an AC increase at this very modest level that we're talking about, 3%, would, as we know, only go a very little way in addressing the substantial financing gaps of the organization. And therefore, we very much welcome the efforts that you are making on increasing the donor base. We have said this many times. We think there's more to be done there in the context, for example, of the financing dialogue and the bilateral meetings with non-donors and with member states. And it's important not least to reduce financial vulnerability. And I want to take the opportunity to again remind of the the guiding principles of the financing dialogue, and that it was never only about getting more money, but also to increase flexibility. And we are very proud to be the #1 donors of CVCA to the WHO. And again, we would like to invite donors and potential donors who are not maybe able to unearmark, but to find alternative ways to increase flexibility. And finally, we have also like to thank you for the updated web portal. We will be there at the session at 2. I think you know, it's really fantastic work that you are doing in terms of this web portal, but I really wish it would be easier to find it. I think we're, you know, I think it's not only us in this room who are interested in this information. I have had journalists contacting me, and you know, I tell them to Google it because it's quite difficult to find it on the homepage. So that would really be a request from us to make it easier to find.
Do a better navigation.
Thank you, Sweden. I think ADG Han, you have taken due note, and this is so critical. The web portal to be user friendly. I now recognize DR Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the World Health Organization and all the partners, because since the 11th of May in the DRC, we have confirmed that there is an epidemic of the Ebola disease, and it was at night at 7 o'clock, 7:30 in fact, that the representative of the WHO in the DRC was with us, and we worked together, involving all the stakeholders, all the partners, got together to see how together we can tackle and impact on the situation by ensuring coordination at every level. So, Chair, the WHO reform with this budget it is extremely important to see just how we can increase it. We're in a state of emergency today. There are 3 essential phases. There's the emergency phase, where people are dying and we need resources to put a stop to that. And everyone is here to ensure that these resources are there in order to put an end to mortality, to death. But there is then the stabilization phase. In the stabilization phase, we need to stress surveillance. In the stabilization phase, the risk factors are still there. So this can be taken, the measures taken can be taken up with greater vigor. So we need to have resources to improve surveillance. And then there's a last phase where we need to develop the system for sustainability, for resilience. And we need to make sure that there are the means to do this. And that's why we're supporting the budget of the WHO. We need to increase it. We need to ensure that the best way to do this is through assessed contribution. That's what we feel. But it's possible to have a combined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Congo. And now invite New Zealand. You have the floor. Sir.
Iora tatora ki patu ki wahu. A problem is solved by continuing to find solutions. New Zealand appreciates the efforts made by the Secretariat to reflect the concerns made by Member States in the revised programme budget, particularly in relation to reflecting linkages and planning alignment with the SDGs, right down to the inclusion of specific indicators. The revised document and many of the reports we discussed at this meeting indicate that the WHO is listening and continues on a trajectory to improved efficiency of its structure and improved quality in its planning and outputs. We support continued progress on this trajectory and wish to keep the momentum developing across the transition to a new Director General. While the programme budget includes a number of assumptions, which is always the case, We support the proposed 3% increase and its implementation sooner rather than later, particularly for the flexible funding it offers the organisation. We encourage the current thinking around SDGs and continued efficiencies to be taken forward into planning for the next general programme of work, and look forward to working with the Secretariat in this regard. New Zealand remains committed to delivering better value, better health, and looks forward to working on developing a strategy for better value for money in the WHO.
Thank you, New Zealand. I invite Thailand, followed by France again. Yeah. Thailand, you have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thailand thanks the Secretariat for the revised version of the PB 2018-19, which reflects the concern raised in the previous meeting. While we recognize that there is change in the Category 2, NCD, and other categories, we observe that there is a slightly change in AMR as well, but it's exchanged with the vaccine preventable disease, we believe. And as we express our support to the proposed increase in assets contribution in the last meeting and also in other forums, Thailand also would like to reaffirm our support to the 3% increase in assets contribution, and we also support to the revised version of the current program budget plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. I now invite France. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for taking the floor again, but I wanted to support the comments made by our colleague from the Congo and to recall maybe a slight concern, as far as we're concerned, on the distribution of resources when it comes to preparedness and response. Now, preparedness, looking at the figures in our budget, are being brought down, but it's a very important crisis. This is a substantial crisis. This is why we accept to have an overall increase. That's fine, but I think that beyond response and being a fireman when it comes to this crisis, we need to set up a real policy of preparedness for countries, especially the most vulnerable countries, when it comes to crisis, and to have a policy that depends on strong will, and I'm not sure that it's altogether easy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that next week, during the assembly, we'll have an investigation on IHR capacity. So that is so critical for preparedness. Thank you, France. I recognize Bhutan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. This intervention is just to appreciate the efforts of the organization to promote resource-oriented planning and budgeting. That has been a continued endeavor in the organization. Now, particularly the focus placed on regional prioritization and the alignment with SDGs in the new program budget is particularly appreciated and relevant. We also endorsed the new assets contribution, and we think we should be ready to adopt the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, I now invite speaker from Spain, followed by Germany and UK. Spain, you have the floor, sir.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the Director General. After many years of freezing the assessed contributions, and what is proposed here is that make an exception to our general policy, the zero nominal growth for the specialized agencies, making an exception to it, the zero nominal growth. We propose a change of stewardships. We saw this coming when we approved an increase in the total budget 2 years ago in the Assembly with the position of my delegation, they announced that this made the organization more vulnerable when we had an increase which occurred in last year's Assembly, again with the objection of my delegation, which, however, was constructive. But it was not the object of a consensus. But it warned that this made the organization more vulnerable, pointing out, don't come and tell me after to ask us to increase the assessed contributions, and that was the language that was used last year. And the case now has occurred. The case has come up. We are thankful for many things, efforts from the Secretariat, particularly having begun the process in time, having announced already last summer, having given people the opportunity so we have enough discussions on this and more documents. Perhaps we might have had an additional session of this committee, as is provided from the terms of reference, because the discussion deserved this extra session. And to be able to take advantage of the potential of this committee, to be able to create consensus and then get ahead in the work for the Assembly. Now, since we're having a change of trend, we think that the members should express, as in budget terms, the lines that the organization has to follow. And because I think it's necessary that the membership express itself and do more than just express in resolution the approval of the budget and then giving its seal of approval to some figures, we are going to propose that the resolution to approve the budget include some amendments which we are going to hand out afterwards amongst the members. We are going to reserve our position on the budget figures until we have not agreed to this part of the text. I don't anyone to be mistaken here. And I would also like to emphasize a point on procedure, Mr. Chairman. We know the difference of statutes among those who are members of the committee and members who are not. But if we want to come out tomorrow of this committee, if we want to come out with the budget agreed to and the resolution to approve the budget agreed to, then we have to have all the members have to have the same entitlement, the same rights, because we are going to then have the Assembly. And if we don't leave here with everything agreed to, then we have to create a drafting group in the Assembly, and that's the last thing all the nations wish for. So I would love there to be some members of the PBAC who were to endorse the amendments which we are going to propose. But if there are not to be the case, then I hope that we'll still discuss them and that they'll be included in the report of the PBAC. And there I hope that the committee will be in a position to be able to recommend then the adoption of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. Can you clarify what is the main concern? Spain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We're going to propose some amendments. Now, they're going to be in the hands of all the PBAC members and the non-members of PBAC too. In a few minutes, we hope that we'll be able to then use them. Thank you. And I would like to emphasize that we're going to reserve our position, the budget figures, until we have not discussed this, and I hope, and then agreed to this text, this proposed wording. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I understand that PBAC is not making any decision on the program budget. It is the Assembly who will adopt next week, likely to be Wednesday. Therefore, PBAC is responsible to comment and take note, not only PBAC, but also invite non-PBAC member also. As in the past, the Assembly will consider a draft resolution on the program budget, and the draft has been prepared by the Secretariat and will be available on the website as document A20/7/1. I think you can check the website. It should be there. Therefore, I suggest we will refrain from any text discussion on the draft resolution in the PBSC. That will drag us too long. Thank you, Spain, for your clarification. I now invite Germany. You have the floor, followed by UK and Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Germany commends the Secretariat for the new draft of the program budget and thanks for the timely submission before April 1st. We strongly welcome that the Secretariat has been very receptive to the input from Member States during the last PBAC and EB, which resulted also in a reduction of the overall budget in comparison to the draft presented to the EB. We especially welcome the ambition to work on further savings in Category 6. We also see the willingness of the Secretariat to better reflect the goals of the Agenda 2030 in the budget. However, here we see the urgent need for improvement and full alignment in the next budget and the program of work. The Secretariat was brave enough to defend its set priorities, such as the implementation of the Health Emergency Program and AMR. This is much appreciated. At the same time, we see and are hearing it today how difficult it is to posteriorize. No matter where you start, you will get blamed. But it is worth it and absolutely necessary. In the current financial environment, also WHO and its member states have to show that they are able to agree on core and key activities. In the EB last January, my colleague laid out 10 key considerations that brought us to strongly argue for a 10% increase of the ACs. All these considerations are still valid and I will not repeat them now. And while we will definitely not block the 3% increase proposed, we are disappointed that WHO's member states could not agree to a much needed and brave political sign saying, "We trust and support our organization." We strongly encourage other member states to go along with the current proposal. We are ready for it. That being said, we are not without doubts regarding the current draft. Our main concern, apart from our doubts about our joint ability to also finance this envelope, is that it still doesn't reflect adequately the major challenges. The discontinuation of the polio funds will cause harm to many areas of work of the organizations. One might say that the decrease doesn't impact the next biennium. Well, here we disagree. The transition is finally in full throttle and the reduction of staff is ongoing. We are urging WHO to diligently take into account the ongoing thorough analysis of this challenge when developing the next program budget. Finally, some years ago, we all supported the change from an ambitious to a realistic budget. We expect that WHO sticks to this approach. Nevertheless, Germany is ready to adopt this budget, but we are also ready and willing to engage very closely with the Secretariat in the incoming new leadership in working on an improved model of joint priority setting. Because let us be honest, without a strict concentration on the key tasks, WHO will face a major financial crisis very soon. And with regard to the proposal from Spain, we are, of course, in the hands of the presidents, but Germany would be open for a discussion with other member states on the resolution if that allows us a consensual adoption of the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. I now invite UK, followed by Netherlands and Australia.
Thank you, Chair, and morning to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Holler, in particular, for your presentation and the work done on the proposed programme budget 2018-2019. The UK can certainly support this budget as it is currently drafted. The UK notes the revision to Category 6, particularly management and administration. We do remain concerned that cuts here may impede reform and, in effect, reduce the impact of reform across the whole programme budget. We would urge the Secretariat to continue to monitor the effect of these cuts and flag to Member States immediately if you judge these are negatively impacting on reform. The UK restates our support for the increase in assessed contributions. We are disappointed that it is only 3%. The need for greater flexible funding appears to be beyond doubt at the moment. The UK's support for 10%, now 3%, does not represent a broader shift in our zero growth policy, but it is in response to the specific situation in WHO at this time, particularly the needs of the Health Emergencies Programme. Yesterday's excellent briefing held by the Secretariat on Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo starkly demonstrated the funding situation in WHE, particularly the fast depleting funds in the Contingencies Fund for Emergency. I know the Assembly will return to discuss that in detail at some point, but that is clearly a situation that needs to be resolved as a matter of some urgency. Finally, and a specific question to end, we note the output indicators in the 18-19 programme budget have baseline figures for 2017 and target figures for 2019, but no midway indicators for 2018, with the one exception of the health emergencies programme. The UK feels it would enable better tracking of WHO performance to have these midpoint indicators, and it may be that they'll be included into web portals or other sources in due course, but it would be helpful to hear from the Secretariat its thinking behind this and whether indeed it will introduce mid-biennium figures in some accessible format, not in any way to disrupt from the approval of the programme budget at this Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Netherlands welcomes this draft programme and budget 18-19. It reflects the outcome of the discussions of EB in January. We understand the need for an increased budget. The emergency programme gives new tasks to WHO, and from our perspective, a clear case has been made for an increase of the budget for this purpose. We're also pleased to see a focus on implementing SDGs and an increase of the budget for other priorities such as antimicrobial resistance, reproductive maternal newborn health, and aging. We agree with the choices the Secretariat has made, including cuts on corporate services in Category 6. The funding of the programme and budget is a concern to us, especially after the update on 16-17 and the funding gaps in the emergency programme. We have made our concerns on the imbalance between ACs and VCs on numerous occasions very clear. That's why we support the proposal for an increase of ACs. But to be honest, we are a bit disappointed too. We support the DG in a proposal for a 10% increase because the numerous reviews after the Ebola crisis were clear about the need for sustainable funding of WHO. The UN High-Level Panel on Global Response to Health Crisis advised an increase of at least 10%. We understand why it has gone down to 3%, but a 3% increase means 28 million extra. Will that solve all the problems? No, of course not. We understand that this 3% is a symbolic one and it gives more flexibility, but it has no significant effect on the imbalance between ACs and VCs. However, we will discuss the update on 16-17 later this feedback and our concerns on the funding gaps. Our biggest concern for 18-19 is that the trend of the problems with the funding gaps will continue. Given the situation that the member states of WHO are not in the position to agree on big steps in the area of increasing the ACs, it is in our view that the next Director General needs to start a rigorous priority setting exercise in preparation of the next General Programme of Work. To conclude, the Netherlands looks forward to the discussions on the programme and budget in the Assembly, and we really hope that the Assembly is able to agree on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Australia, followed by Canada and Algeria. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Australia thanks the Secretariat for the proposed programme budget for the 18-19 biennium. We are pleased to note that this budget is a product of careful consideration and consultation across the organisation and with member states. Australia acknowledges the ongoing challenges faced by WHO in ensuring a flexible, predictable and sustainable budget, and we support the proposal to increase assessed contributions by 3% for the next biennium. We welcome the increased funding for health emergencies and antimicrobial resistance as core priorities, and we appreciate that concerns regarding the comparative lack of funding directed to the Western Pacific and the Southeast Asian regions have been taken into account. We also welcome the continuing efforts to identify synergies across program areas that will be vital to achieving the SDGs. Given ongoing funding vulnerabilities, we recognise it is necessary for the organisation to be realistic and make difficult decisions. We note that this revised proposal has scaled back funding across most program areas, with a significant reduction in funding for work to address non-communicable diseases. This lack of funding is disappointing given the high priority of this work for many countries. We hope that this budget will prompt member states and non-state actors to consider the provision of untied funding. In doing so, we can help ensure a flexible and sustainable budget that aligns with member state priorities. We support the adoption of the program budget as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia, Canada, followed by Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the updated proposed 2018-2019 program budget. We welcome the proposed reprioritization, reduction on overall ask, as well as cost efficiencies and savings that are focused on WHO's comparative advantage. We are pleased to see the enhanced alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals, including the funds for SDG coordination. Canada welcomes the explicit focus in the proposed 2018-2019 program budget on fully establishing the WHO Health Emergencies Program and combating antimicrobial resistance. We are pleased to see the reflection of the polio transition in the narrative. However, given the significant resources related to polio transition and overall organizational impact, we urge future budgets to more accurately capture this aspect. WHO's success relies in part on a financing model that is founded on the alignment of resources to priorities and their distribution across its core mandate, while maintaining the flexibility required to respond to new and urgent priorities. At a time where WHO is constantly being tasked with new issues, we continue to encourage WHO to work with others, find value added, and where possible, sunset programs that are no longer relevant. Canada supports the 3% increase in assessed contributions, but remains concerned about WHO's ongoing dependence on non-flexible voluntary contributions, as well as WHO's reliance on a small group of donors who finance the majority of the organization's budget. We urge the WHO to continue a broadening of its contributor base and find innovative ways to capitalize on and find synergies in programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Algeria, followed by Switzerland.
Merci. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say, first of all, that Algeria would like to thank the Secretariat for the relevance of their presentation and for having taken into account in this amended version of the budget the main concerns of the Member States that were brought up during the previous sessions of the PBAC and the EB in January. I would also like to say that we are noting the adjustments that have been made, and we welcome the alignment carried out on the budget 2017-18 on the SDGs. We think also that the proposal of the Director General to have an increase of 3% for the assessed contributions of the members is both necessary, pragmatic, and reasonable. And so we very much support it because we think that we must not consider it as a simple financial variable, but a real commitment taken on by member states, a decision to ensure to have a better, sound financing of our organization, which is vital for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. I now invite Switzerland, followed by Panama.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to mention 2 points in particular. First of all, we were among the delegations who supported the initial project to increase assessed contribution by 10%. For us, this is not this matter is not something that depends on the immediate needs and the increase of the budget, but the soundness of the financing of the organization depends on this. And therefore, we think that the financial health of the WHO depends on this. We think that we therefore support this proposal of an increase of 3%, even though we think it's nudging the symbolic, and a discussion on substantial increase should be discussed in the future. We also would like to point out the section on program 6.4, management administration, and here we can read in paragraph 33 that we're aiming to deliver the same level of services with fewer resources. We'd like to ask more details from the Secretariat how they intend to ensure to deliver the same level of services using fewer resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Panama, followed by Denmark.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panama thanks the Secretary of the proposal it made, particularly because it took note of many concerns expressed during the EB. We see that there's greater clarity in the defining of priorities, its link with the consultative and participatory mechanism, which has been consulted at all levels of the organization. And then we still have the financing through voluntary contributions still prevails, and therefore the uncertainty which reached the financial predictions as has occurred in this time. We commend the fact that the adjustment to the program budget submitted do not affect the application of the follow-up evaluation and accountability mechanisms, and prioritizing resources for emergencies. We agree with what has been said about the assessed contributions and the fact that we have had a drop from 10% to 3% increase. We'd also like to emphasize the management. In the management organization, we make savings. We should prioritize activities, emergencies, and have an effective use of resources. We urge the Secretary to continue developing a consultative process for the drawing up of the program and budget and its respective financing based on financial projections and an objective cost estimation, which enable us to achieve the products, the outcomes expected. We hope we are waiting to look at the cost recovery processes. This having said, we're still concerned by the sources of financing for its implementation. For many biennia now, it is quite notable to see that there's a budget deficit, which no doubt affects the results of the basic programs and the impact of the emergency programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. I invite Denmark, followed by Iran and Brazil. Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Denmark would like to thank the Secretariat for the revised proposal for the next program budget. As we have stated earlier, our starting point for the discussions is that we should continue to aim for zero nominal growth. And we continue to stress the importance of continued efforts to improve effectiveness and efficiency within the organization. We note with concern the proposed cutback in Category 2 on NCDs. On average, only 60% of the budget for the program areas in Category 2 are funded, and more than half of that funding comes from flexible resources. In this regard, we agree with the Secretariat when it comes to the need for donors to provide fully flexible contributions. Denmark has done so for many years. However, we do not agree with the reasoning behind the proposed cutback in Category 2. The priorities of the program budget must be driven by the political decisions of the governing bodies, not by the funding decisions of individual donors. Concerning the increase in assessed contributions, we believe that the new proposal is moving in the right direction. We remain concerned, however, that the continued growth in the overall budget ceiling will not allow WHO to benefit fully from the stabilizing effect of increasing ACs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Denmark. I invite Iran, followed by Brazil.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Iran also would like to thank Director General and Secretariat for providing us with the updated and revised program and budget. We support the increase in assessed contributions. Also, our concern still remains respecting this increase. Only 3% are not going to address the serious challenge that this organization is facing with that. We are facing maybe less than 20 years that we are from 50% budget of this organization that's coming from the assessed contributions, less than 20%. And it is going to a stepwise that we are not going to claim the ownership on these organizations. These are going to be a member state-driven organization. A member state should contribute in a very flexible, predictable, and sustainable budget of these organizations. There are a lot of progress, specifically on the reforms of the work of WHO implemented over the last 10 years that are delivering results in terms of increased efficiency, accountability, and transparency. Also, it is clear that they require more effective planning, financing, implementation, and monitoring of the program budget. But if we are going to claim the ownership of these organizations, the member states should contribute on the budget of this organization appropriately. The SDG 3 and the health is at the heart of all sustainable development goals. And there's no doubt that it will affect and contribute to all other goals of the sustainable development. So we urgently request all member states to take into account that this organization requires flexible, sustainable, and predictable budgets in order to fulfill its mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. Brazil, followed by Egypt and Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brazil commends the Secretariat for the new version, including the efforts made in the transparency and accountability. The adjustment in Category 6 is a strong message to member states that the organization is in line with those countries that faces austerity momentum, Brazil including. Over the last 3 years, our GDP decreased between 3 and 4% yearly. This means that my government is doing more with less resources, just as the same of WHO. In time like this, we must strive to do our best and offer proper and quality services to our population. In this regard, although we are not able to compromise ourselves with any financial resources at this moment, this does not mean that our commitment is affected. We have a positive past of collaboration with WHO and global health that we are aiming to maintain. Another concerns of my country is regards the same concerns raised by Denmark on ceilings that we already stated during the EB in January. Another concern is that the evaluation of the Category 2 suffered another decrease, just as stated by Panama. And in Category 3, we saw that the Secretariat made some programs regarding health and environmental. So we are waiting to see how it will be adopted by our regions. And in paragraph 31 of this document says that vaccines are priority for at least 2/3 of the countries here. And we see some contradiction when there is a decrease in vaccines. We believe that prevention is better than to avoid emergencies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I invite Egypt, followed by Russian Federation.
Thanks a lot, Mr. President. We thank the Secretariat for its reports. We have some observations, and I will try to summarize them. While I don't think we will have a problem with the 3% increase as proposed by the DG, we believe that we are dealing with the financial recommendations of the report of the high-level panel in a piecemeal approach. Just as an example, the report not only recommended increase in the assessed contributions, but tasked the DG as well to mobilize financial and technical support to build IHR core capacities, and to increase the amount available to the contingency fund to be $300 million. Needless to say, we are still unable to meet the $100 million originally envisaged for the fund. It was clear in the report as well that the huge rift between earmarked and non-earmarked contributions has been negatively affecting the balance of the budget. While we welcome the fact that predictability in meeting the required budget has increased, we are concerned that this was not matched by increase in alignment, which means that some of the program areas will continue to be underfunded. Egypt is still of the view that the financial situation of the organization requires substantive discussion under the framework of an intergovernmental process. In the last couple of years, the adoption of the proposed reform package presented by the DG was only feasible after extensive discussions and negotiations within intergovernmental format. We think the same model should be applied to the financial situation. The so-called financing dialogue, in our perception, is not enough. We acknowledge the necessity to increase investment in the health emergencies program, but we still have some concerns about its future viability. We are as well concerned that due to lack of sufficient funds, the organization would have to make a difficult choice in the future that will negatively impact the delicate balance between its normative and operational rules. Unfortunately, the increase in investment in the emergency program is offset by decrease in the budget of Category 2, non-communicable disease, which according to the report itself is a priority for 126 member states. We wonder if this is a fair and just trade-off, and if this is the message we should take to the third high-level meeting with NCDs in 2018. While it is beyond doubt that the operational rule is part of the constitutional mandate of the organization, we would like to stress the fact that its role is essentially normative. Thanks a lot, Mr. President.
Thank you, Egypt. Russian Federation, followed by Mexico and Spain.
Thank you, Chair. The Russian Federation notes the tremendous amount of work carried out by the Secretariat when it comes to their work with this member state since January, to get, in particular, in aligning the SDGs up to the year 2030. And in accordance with the decisions taken on emergencies and the changes on the AMR, this has led to changes and a changing level of financing. This does not counter the idea of having flexibility in our contributions, but here we have to note that unfortunately a second category has come into effect, the activity in NCDs. On the one hand, we have noted in the WHO that this is a high priority, but on the other hand, it is losing 6.5% of its financing in the budget. Now, as to the reasons for this event, and in particular the chronic underfunding of the programs in previous budget cycles, is not something that we think is sufficiently logically sound. We're not against the increase of 3% for assessed contributions, but we do support, many speakers have taken the floor before us, on the need, given the improvement in effectiveness, transparency and accountancy when it comes to the budgetary resources that we receive. This is vital. Thank you.
Russian Federation, Mexico, followed by Spain, and I will close with South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And good morning to the Secretariat, to the Director General. We commend the report and the new elements which, as of the request or based on the request for information in the past few months, has been provided in this report. We also like to thank for the creation of a new web page, an internet page on resources. This really facilitates our analysis of information when we have to make decisions. Now, regarding the proposal, the proposed budget, Mr. Chairman, we have seconded the declaration made by the Czech Republic, which expressed several of our concerns. We consider the proposal to increase by 3%, or 3% increase, should be continued to be discussed. And regarding Spain's proposal, we note that it contains positive elements for the organization and would be ready to hold a conversation on those proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico, Spain. And finally, we have South Africa.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to take the floor once again, sir. I just wanted to respond to what was said before, and I would just like to have work progress. Now, if you decide that the proposals, all the delegations already have our proposals and of elements to include in the resolution that we're looking at. If you decide not to discuss this, there's nothing prevents us from deciding that we propose the creation of a working group here in the PBAC. The contrary, we'd have to have a drafting group in the Assembly. Now, to deal with this this point in the Assembly, and some of us will be opposed, my delegation, others, and they'll have this disagreeable situation about having to proceed to a vote or negotiate. We understand that in this organization we don't vote, and particularly not on the budget, but we have to negotiate then. And if we have to negotiate, it's better to do it here than to do it in the Assembly. For issues of efficiencies, we're the specialists, we're familiar with the documents. In the Assembly, we have many priorities, and things just overflow. As you understand, the members of PBAC will be able to discuss this, and we should look at this resolution as soon as possible. And thank you, Germany and Mexico, for the support.
Thank you, Spain. Final comment will be South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since you said you'll end with South Africa, we'll be brief. But we just wanted to add our voice to thanking Secretariat for the work that has been done. We think that this has been it's an interesting presentation of work, and I think very useful work that has been done since we last discussed this item. We'd really like to restrict our comments to the proposal for the 3% increase. We've spoken on this before, so I think, Chair, you probably know that we feel that this is a really conservative start, the 3%, and we would have loved to see a much less conservative proposal of around 10%. But as this 3% is on the table, we would go with it, but also urge that we get into discussions soon, because we really think that we need to be looking at this proposal and looking at the needs of the organization. We really feel that this 3% may not go as far as we need, as others have said, and that very soon we need to get back to the drawing board and really think about how we can and when we can talk about increases and probably taking the proposed increase at least to 10%. So that is our main comment on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, PBAC members and member state. Czech, you want to have a floor? Czech Republic.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This
Please.
time in our national capacity, briefly just to support Spain.
Thank you, Czech Republic. There are 28 interventions by committee members and non-committee members in this program budget. France?
I just want to say that the proposals made by Spain and a number of other countries, I think, are very reasonable, very sensible. We need to discuss them. Thank you.
Thank you. We will use our wisdom to manage this program budget in a very constructive and positive way, because this is our organization. This is not DG organization. It's our whole organization. There are 27 interventions by colleagues here. I listen carefully and take all notes. There are compelling evidence of demand for increased resources in the light of emergencies, crises here and there, and the good test of DR Congo yesterday, today, tomorrow on Ebola, and a good test for health emergency program to exercise its activities. At the same time, there is a compelling evidence that the Secretariat is doing very good performance. If you look at Information Doc 5 on cost saving and cost recovery, although a number of member states request the DG to further squeeze the blood from the crabs, and some member states have highlight concern, I remember, is UK, that beyond the optimal squeeze, it hurt, and the level of optimum and maximum efficiency has been gained or not yet gained, depends on evidence and things. There are also compelling evidence that a vast majority of the intervention support 3% increase of assess contribution, while at the same time a few reservation or hesitation or further consultation, while a number of member states has highlighted that 3% is too little, just only scratch to the surface and did not solve the fundamental financial insecurity of the organization. So these are capturing from the interventions. I'd like to invite DG to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good morning to all PBAC and non-PBAC members. I would, Chair, suggest that Hans to respond to the specifics raised by so many interventions. But I would just like to, if you allow me, facilitate your deliberation, particularly in addressing the proposal coming from Spain. The role of the PBAC is not to make decision. We all understand it. It is the Assembly. And yet, the PBAC and non-PBAC members have important input to facilitate the process of the debate, discussion, agreement or disagreement at the Assembly. I don't want to preempt your deliberation. Chair, I would suggest after Hans gave answers to the specifics, we should suspend the session, this item, so that member states who wish to look into the proposal coming from Spain would have time to review that. I have taken a very good look at it. Now, my view is not representing the member states' view, but I think it is, as France says, reasonable suggestions. They are asking us to do cost control, and I heard this from more than just Spain. They are asking us to look at, before asking for more money, and see whether you can find savings, efficiencies, and prioritization. I think that is good management. And of course, one thing we've been working for all these years, but we need your help, is to discontinue some of the work where countries have, over the years, have the capacity to do it on their own. So I'm a departing DG, but in my 10 years experience, 10 and a half years, and I want to appreciate the support of the member states, the RDs and myself are working very hard precisely to achieve, the the directions that Spain has proposed. So, Chair, I recognize the power is in the hands of member states, but suspend the item. Member states can have a look at the content and come back and what do you call it? No, what do you, after suspension? Resume, sorry. Well, when you don't sleep, you can't think of the word. So when you resume the agenda item, if the broad direction is agreeable, then give us the assignment to make amendment to the draft resolution on this item for the Assembly. So I don't know whether you want to go into negotiation with this one, or you want to take a broad stroke in the interest of time, because Chair, you mentioned on Friday afternoon, member states may like to do the mock DG election. So as a departing DG, I have no right to give an opinion on this, but I think, the RDs and myself are really moving the organization in exactly the direction you are asking us to do.
Thank you, DG. I invite ADG Dr. Han to respond specific question raised by.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. First of all, I have to admit that this morning I was in a very bad mood. But I have to admit that now, after this discussion, as departing ADG, I'm very happy. Why do I say that? Because I think it has been a very constructive discussion, where you have expressed a lot and strong support to the program budget 2018-19. There has been a discussion around the AC increase, but what we hear from all of you is an understanding of the need for an increase, but the feasibility from you, it's a bit different. It goes from the range, do we really need to do it now, up to a 10% increase. But the understanding is there. Just to remind you, this is not the work of the Secretariat. It takes two to tango, and as Imre was explaining, when we have, this has been over a year, almost a 2 years process to develop this program budget 2018-19. And it has been on a continuing dialogue between the Secretariat and the Member States. And as been recognized in your interventions, we have taken note and we have tried to accommodate this in the version that is now presented to you and that you seem to be all supporting. Let me just go to some of the specific questions that has been raised. And let me start with China. China rightly said that there need to be a flexibility, particularly at country level, on the priorities. And that flexibility is there. How can I say that? Because when you have adopted the program budget, we immediately start to operationalize the program budget through operational planning, which will take place at all three levels: headquarters, the global level, regional level, and at country level. And adjustments can be made within the program budget that you have agreed and adopted. So there is a flexibility. Let me go to France. I indeed appreciate what you said, and you actually were a bit premature in your intervention when you start to talk about the IT, because later in the PBAC we're going to talk about the infrastructure fund that we're proposing, where we have as one of the main components is the global IT fund, because we recognize the need to invest in IT solutions in the future. So that will be discussed later, but it's absolutely right that this is a needed investment. France also raised about inefficiencies, and as you said, you have supporting or an INFDOC on value for money. It's not the final paper, but as we agreed at the executive board in January, it is a first paper showing the position, the concept, and how we want to proceed. And then we will have a final paper in January to the EB in January 2018, where we will have a more comprehensive paper also showing how we plan to introduce the value for money in both planning and operations at WHO. So that is also responding to New Zealand, who also raised the importance of looking at the value for money. That I would respond to Switzerland when you're saying, so if you're saving cost savings and saving money in category 6, how will you then be possible to provide the same kind of services? It is the concept of value for money, because we can be more efficient through IT solutions, through how we locate functions and in WHO in a more efficient way. Doesn't always need to be a cut as such, but it could be a saving, and we could have that efficiencies. And I think that's where we have strived for. We see that in some of the cost savings that's also been efficiencies, like in travel. We are aiming to reduce the travel cost 10% here at headquarters without losing the efficiencies. So I think we can combine this in a realistic way. I have to apologize to Sweden that you have difficulties to find the web portal. It's like when you go and you try to pick mushrooms. It's difficult to find, but when you find them, it's like finding gold. You have a lot. So, but that's not a good explanation. So we will look into it, and we will improve the access so it's much easier to do. What hasn't been mentioned, but I think is important, is that it's not just that we have made improvements of the web portal. It is now also IATA compliant. That the Director General promised last year that we were going to be IATA compliant, and through the web portal we are now actually IATA compliant. I responded to New Zealand, Germany, and China about New Zealand, Germany, and China about the SDGs. Let me explain a little bit how we are thinking on the SDGs here in WHO. We see the immediate need, as you have seen in the program budget, to have it reflected. And we are reflecting the SDGs, as Imre was explaining, and when we operationalize our program budget, when we do the operational planning, we can take that into account. However, to really get there, I think we need to, as several of you have mentioned, look at the general program, the next general program of work, and the program budget 2021. So we are taking the steps in that direction. Our thinking is in that direction. It's reflected in the program budget, but not fully. But in this process, we should be there in the 13th general program of work, as well as with the next program budget 2021. UK, you had a specific question about indicators. It's true that we don't have in the program budget as such the midterm midpoint indicators. However, as you know, what we're doing and issuing every year in the midterm in the biennium is a midterm report where we are indicating the progress towards the targets and the indicators we have. So we will monitor, we will present it both through the midterm report that will be issued as well in the midterm, as well as through the web portal, as UK rightly mentioned. There has been a lot of discussion about flexibility, and rightly so, because that's needed, because what we're talking about is what we're going to do in also, not only in 2018, but also what we're going to do in November and December 2019, because that's how far this program budget will go. So, of course, we can't predict completely how the situation will be in November, December 2019. So there is a need for flexibility. And as you see for the proposed resolution, there is a flexibility in the resolution. And I'll come back to that, because it's important, as been rightly mentioned, and probably I'm missing some of you member states here, but Brazil, Denmark, Egypt, China, Thailand, Australia, Russia, several have mentioned the concern that NCDs will not be adequately funded. And we share that concern. But as you said, we want to avoid an aspirational budget. However, if the financing situation will be better, if there will be more VC, voluntary contribution for the NCDs, the DG, the Director General, has that flexibility, as you know, to move within a 5% of each category, moving budget ceilings. So the flexibility is there in what you will see where there has been a certain cut to increase it if we would have the resources that it would require. So finally, Chair, what I heard you say and what I heard the Director General saying, which I think, because it seems to be a lot of consensus in the room. And if we can preempt any concerns and so on, and have a more final resolution, draft resolution, to the Assembly, I think everybody would appreciate that, both Member States and the Secretariat. So I think Spain has submitted, usually the Secretariat, we are always accused to submit our documents very late. I mean, this was a bit of a late submission, Spain, but sorry, I shouldn't joke about it. My apologies. I couldn't help. No, it is a very constructive proposal by Spain. I think it should be reviewed and looked at. So the suggestion, as the Director General said, would be that we have it, I understand, in hard copies has been distributed. You also have the draft proposal, which is the regular one that we usually have from biennium to biennium, is published on the web. So with these two documents, you could then look at it and review it during the day, and also provide comments and so on to Spain if needed. And maybe if we adjourn or suspend this agenda item, by the end of the day, see if we could come back with a final draft resolution that the committee could put forward to the World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG. I invite Spain. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank France for your support, and thank you to the Director General, who's already left. But thank you for pointing out that our proposals are not to ask for the moon. We're just talking about the sound management practices. And echoing Hans's joke, it's one of the few times that a proposed amendment for the proposed resolution from a member from member states comes before the resolution actually comes up. The draft resolution discussion comes up. So what I did want to say, Mr. Chairman, so as to progress with our work and conclude the session as rapidly as possible, let's ask for a room already. That is, the delegations are interested. Let's go there and let's negotiate these 6 points, these 6 proposed text points, and then we come back as quickly as possible, come back to the PBAC to say that there is no opposition And this proposal we wanted to make, as the DG says, if we want to finish with our committee's work tomorrow by 12. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. I invite USA. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Spain as well for proposals which our delegation is certainly ready to discuss in the context of the resolution that was posted yesterday as well. We are finding just the crunch of time a bit challenging, and wonder if we certainly wouldn't want any discussion to be concurrent with this meeting. So perhaps the best approach might be to have some sort of discussion immediately at the end of the day today, and return to the issue first thing in the morning. So anyway, I'm in the hands, we're all in the hands of the Secretariat on how to schedule this. But we're ready to discuss. We're, obviously sending it back for any comment at Capitol, and they're 6 hours behind us. So we need to have that opportunity. So the timing of it is important as well. Thanks.
Thank you, USA. I'd like to propose for the committee consideration that we don't have a discussion or negotiation on the text. I have seen the text, Spanish text, which is good enough. Nothing serious or contradict with the general discussion, but support the further streamlining efficiency gains, for which it concur with many member state interventions. I support US that we have to manage our time in a very constructive way. There is no, it can be counterproductive to have that negotiation discussion. We will go nowhere, from my experience. Therefore, Spain, you have the liberty to circulate the text now or even during the lunchtime. Member states who are committee members and non-committee members will have a look, and we discussion again on the content of your bullet points. If this is acceptable, we should not micromanage. We should task the Secretariat to revise the draft resolution on program budget 18 and 19 and come up and post on the website again revision 1. I think that will be a good management of time. I invite comments from the committee members on the chair proposals. France, you have any comments of my proposals? Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very brief and just support your proposal.
Egypt, I think. France.
Same here.
France support Sweden. Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a clarification. Are we going to hold the meeting in the lunchtime, or are we going to hold it after finishing our business today as per the U.S. proposal? Thank you.
I suggest no meeting. You look at the text proposed by Spain in bullet points, mostly on the preamble part and the operative part, which is very conventional. Because this organization, the resolution is very conventional. They copy and change the date from the previous resolution and change the figures. Therefore, I would suggest that no meeting, just waste of our time. Look at the content and task the Secretariat to take into account the spirit of the content into the revised draft resolution. So that is my proposal.
Then we support, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I close the meeting of this agenda. If you'd like to have a health break, please do. We shall now take agenda item 2.1. Report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee, which is contained in document EB-PBAC 26/2. I'd like to invite the chairperson of the IEOAC to introduce their report. Mr. Samuel, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning. I'm glad I wasn't part of the first conversation, so hopefully I'll just won't be that long and hopefully just answer your questions after. But it was interesting listening to all your deliberations. I'll go back to my report. Chair, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to present the report of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. First, the committee would like to thank the Director General and her team for their excellent support. Senior staff made themselves available, and all information was provided in an open and transparent manner. Our report covers the IEOAC's activity over the 12-month period ending April 2017. The written report has been made available to you, and the following comments are a summary of the activity since I reported to you in January. The committee reviewed and discussed the 2016 financial statements of the WHO and Staff Health Insurance Fund with management and the external auditor. It also addressed key underlying accounting policies, reasonableness of significant judgments, and clarity of disclosures. A private session was also held with the external auditor. Based on this review and the confirmation that the external auditor will be issuing an unqualified opinion, the committee has no reservations with the submission of the financial statements to PBAC and the World Health Assembly. On the staff health insurance financial statements, there is a long-term unfunded liability. Management is aware of the risk associated with this unfunded liability. However, options on cost containment, reduction in coverage, and increasing revenue should be explored to ensure the fund is fully funded by 2038. A summary of the significant external audit recommendations from the 2016 audit were reviewed, and these items are currently being addressed by management. The external auditor confirmed that management had implemented the majority of previous year's audit recommendations, and currently there are only 5 open recommendations. The committee noted that for the first time, a statement on internal control from the Director General was included with the financial statements. This is another encouraging step in strengthening the principles of accountability and transparency. At each meeting, the committee met with the Director of Internal Oversight Services. It noted the positive trend of improvements in compliance and accountability continues across the organization, shown by the decrease in both the number of outstanding audit recommendations and the time taken by management to implement corrective action. Direct financial cooperation and direct implementation activities in specific countries still need attention in respect of strengthening supervisory controls, assurance activities, and regulatory monitoring. Management is aware of these issues and is also taking corrective action. Under WHO reform, a number of initiatives to strengthen internal control have been put in place, which have improved compliance and accountability. The committee recognizes the efforts made by senior management in eliminating the culture of tolerance for non-compliance with rules and procedures. It will be crucial for the new Director General to continue this strong emphasis on improving the compliance and internal control framework. The committee continues to monitor the implementation of PHMSA to assess if it's being applied in a uniform and effective manner across the 3 levels of the organization. An information technology tool called Global Engagement Management is being developed to coordinate mobilization and manage declarations of interest. However, there is an immediate need for the Global Policy Group to approve the detailed implementation plan of FENZA, which identifies specific deliverables, implementation dates, and budget. The need for a contingency fund for emergencies has been identified. However, flexible funding has not been forthcoming. There is a risk that the funding shortfall could have an impact on the goal of responding to emergencies in a consistent manner across the organization. The IEOAC members would like to thank Dr. Margaret Chan for her time and support that she provided to the committee. We look forward to meet the new Director General, and we urge the organization to maintain the reform movement and continue its improvement efforts. Thank you for your attention, and I will be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for your introductory remarks of the document. I give the floor is now open for discussion. I invite Egypt. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I just have a small comment and a question to the chair of the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee. My comment is related, of course, to paragraph 34, which speaks about the contingency fund. And this is one of the elements I highlighted in my previous intervention. We are really concerned that up till the moment, we have budget shortfalls in the contingency fund. As we all know, the contingency fund is designed from the beginning to kick off response in case of emergencies. And if we don't have the surge capacity in order to kick off this response, we might have a deterioration in the emergency itself to a level beyond expectation. So this is a very important point that I would like to stress upon. 2 points, actually, I would like to raise as well with the chair of the committee. One is mentioned as well in paragraph 34, in which it says the Secretariat is taking steps by engaging with the Global Policy Group. I have expressed before serious concern about the status that I don't know whether the Secretariat or some member states are trying to extend to the Global Policy Group. Global Policy Group is an advisory issue that was agreed upon during the governance reform discussions or the intergovernmental negotiations we had here. And I was surprised to hear the chair speak in his presentation right now about a decision to be taken by the Global Policy Group on some issues related to the framework of engagement with non-state actors. Decision is a prerogative only of member states, and I need to stress this point again, because we really are confused by some of the messages that we received from the Secretariat regarding the Global Policy Group. And I actually, in the last DBAC meeting in January, I asked the Secretariat to update the entry to the Global Policy Group on the website of the WHO. I haven't really checked it. I don't know whether it was updated or not, but I just want to stress this point again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Egypt, for your concern and one specific question. I recognize France.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank, of course, the Consultative Committee, the Advisory Committee, and the Chair for their excellent report. In particular, they recall the importance of a number of subjects that we have particularly at heart, such as long-term financing of the organization. I think that it would be a good idea for us to have a frank discussion on the financing, the sustainable financing, not only when it comes to long-term investment, I've already mentioned that, but also the long-term assets of the organizations. So the financial sustainability of health insurance, and in particular health insurance after separation, ASHES, after service health insurance. I think this is of particular concern to us, and I note that the Advisory Committee makes a number of recommendations here in the report. I know the discussions are to take place above all in New York, first and foremost, but I think that if the agencies before, rather than leaving it up to the wisdom of Committee 5, were to make clear proposals linked to the staff unions and together with them, I think it would be much better. We do need to go through very quickly through a reduction of services, an increase of contributions to the staff, which would be significant, and not to imagine that member states will continue to pay without looking more closely at services that bear no reflection onto reality when it comes to advanced health services. Thank you.
Thank you, France. I now invite Sweden. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the EIOAC for its excellent report and important work. We have noted the concern regarding the long-term liabilities for staff health insurance. And like France, we would welcome at some stage a discussion, especially on the recommendation by the on some. We would like to have a discussion on options to manage the liability in a more, and especially in a more balanced way, as suggested by the IOAC, including not only funding but also cost containment and reduction in coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite USA. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, and we also want to thank the IEOAC for the report, and as always appreciate the role it plays in supporting WHO member states' oversight of the organization. We're pleased that the number of outstanding audit recommendations, as well as the time it takes to implement them, continues to decrease. And we look forward to hearing also the advisory committee's opinion about recommendations and management action plans from the external auditor's programmatic audit on information technology and implementation of the procurement strategy. Just very much want to agree with the comments from France and Sweden around just noting the concerns which we share regarding the sustainability of the staff health insurance in its current form. And we believe this is an important topic that needs to be pursued further, focusing on the steps that the organization is taking to address the liability in terms of cost containment, reduction in coverage, and increasing revenue in this area. We look forward to the Secretariat continuing to improve upon the key areas of focus that the Advisory Committee described in the report, and to a continuing positive working relationship with IEOAC.
Thank you, US. I invite Netherlands, followed by UK.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands would like to thank the Independent Expert Oversight Advisory Committee for its report. The report gives us a good oversight on important topics as the integrity of the financial statements, internal control, and risk management. We have a couple of remarks after reading the report. We are pleased to read that the committee notes the positive trend of improvements in accountability and compliance across the organization, as evidenced by the decrease in the number of outstanding audit recommendations and the time taken to implement the recommendations. We note the committee's concern about the volume of pending investigations within the Office of Internal Oversight Services, and we would like to ask the Secretary to reflect on these concerns. We are pleased too with the notion that the senior management is strongly committed to create the right internal control environment and risk management, and we hope that the next DG will keep this commitment high on the agenda of the Secretariat. We are pleased to read in the report of the committee that the Secretariat is on the right track with polio transition, and we look forward to the discussions about this during the Assembly. Finally, we thank the committee for the recommendation for focus for the future WHO leadership, the decision-making role of the Global Policy Group, expansion of the accountability framework, internal control of the 3 levels of the organization, operationalization of risk management framework, and making the emergency program effective. We fully agree with this focus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Netherlands. I invite UK followed by Spain.
Thank you, Chair, and many thanks to the IEOAC. It's indeed, as colleagues have said, an excellent report containing many excellent insights and suggestions for change. We would suggest it's essential introductory reading for the new DG and demonstrates the continuing value of the IEOAC group. So I think our main question would be, and apologies if everyone else in the room knows this, but it would be very helpful if the Secretariat could refresh our minds on exactly how the Secretariat assesses these recommendations, how it progresses them, how it integrates them into its normal programme of work. And a specific question, which we think would be a good indicator of the Secretariat's ability to respond promptly to good recommendations like these, would be the committee's notice of how there's an immediate need for the Global Policy Group to approve the detailed implementation plan of FENSA, which identifies specific deliverables and implementation dates. Could we ask whether this issue would be on the agenda of the next Global Policy Group meeting? Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I think Spain will be the last comment. Spain, have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the committee, the advisory committee, for the document we have before us and the quality of the document. We would like to first support what France and Sweden have said about the after-service health insurance. And then secondly, we'd like to call the attention to the fact or the importance contained in the report on risk management. And it seems to be one of the main issues now for the organization in the light of the importance provided in this report to it. Now, we take note of this. We have seen that there are efforts on the part of the Secretary to eliminate the tolerance culture, particularly to carry out the standards. We'd like this tolerance culture to disappear, that its very idea disappear. We would like that. We also like to call people's attention on the Global Policy Group role in achieving the progress required or requested, and then of course and then flesh out the role of that group, as my delegation supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a number of specific questions and comments by Egypt on FENSA and the role of GPC, on contingent fund on emergencies. I believe that this is used for DR Congo today. And also specific concerns and questions on staff health insurance fund not in a good shape in long term, because expenditure is higher than revenue. There's a room for cost containment or reducing of the coverage or increased revenue contributions, etc. I invite the Secretary, Mr. Samuel. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'll have a few comments before I'll let the Secretariat answer. The one item that's been raised is the Global Policy Group, and I just want to point out to members that if you're trying to roll out or implement a structure like FENSA, which is going throughout the whole organization, and it encompasses and impacts the global, the regions, and in-country offices, you need a structure to ensure that the decision-making is considered throughout the organization, and the organization is fully behind the implementation. So to imagine that one person could sit in Geneva or run around the world, if I may say so, and try to coordinate something like that would be inconceivable. So most organizations of this size, and we're talking about an organization that has an expenditure of $2 billion a year, you need an executive group to work together to ensure that decisions are can be implemented in a cost-effective way throughout the organization. So this comment is hard to conceive of an organization like this and this size not to have a decision-making body or an executive decision-making body. So that's just a comment from a third-party independent committee who have worked with major international organizations. All of us in our committee have worked with international organizations in terms of public, private, and large companies. So we're speaking from what we have seen in our experience as, I don't want to say experts, but pretty well-reasoned and seasoned people who have done this before. So I'll just stop there and let the Secretariat deal with the GBG, but I have a couple other comments with respect to the funding for emergencies. We raised that as a committee. We are well aware that IOAC is meeting on Monday to deal with funding. Our committee looks at the overall WHO organization and risks, and if we see a risk that we feel that should be brought to your attention, our role is to bring it to your attention, but we're not going to get involved in the other committees and how they feel is the right way of going forward. We just raised it as a point that we know is out there. The Staff Health Insurance Fund, it is a long-term liability. It has been there all the time. We like to raise the issue because to make sure member states are aware that everyone that is a liability that everyone around this room has responsibility for. The Staff Health Insurance Fund has committees. They do look at coverages and they look at revenue, but I'll let the Secretariat address that. I think the area, one question was on pending investigations, but again, I'll leave that to the Secretariat. Stop talking unless I've missed something.
I recognize Egypt. You may have a follow-on question. Yeah, please.
I prefer Mr. Chair to start. Thanks a lot.
I invite Secretary to respond to specific questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'll come back to Egypt and I think it was also UK who had a question about GPG. But let me first, maybe we could agree on, if the Chair is in agreement, to refer the specific questions on audits, on investigations, we have an agenda item both in internal audit and external audit when these issues could be addressed, because they are very relevant questions. But I know that David Webb, who is the head of iOS, will address these issues about the audit recommendations and investigations. One thing I want to address here, which is important, is about the staff health insurance. And I appreciate that France, Sweden, and the US is bringing this up, because ultimately it is also a responsibility of the member states, of course, because we are a member state organization. I'm the chair of the Global Oversight Committee for the Staff Health Insurance. We meet regularly, and we have both internal representation from all the regions and within headquarters, as well as we have 2 external advisors. And we met very recently now in April. And just to correct one thing, the current financial situation of the staff health insurance is actually very, very good. We have our expenditures on the health insurance, it's much less than revenues. So we are all actually accumulating savings, which is important for the long-term liability, as you rightly are saying. So the situation as it is now is actually very good. However, as rightly been mentioning, on the ASHI and the long-term liability, with, as we know, in most countries, the increasing cost for healthcare services, it is something we need to be one step ahead. And we are monitoring this as our regular meetings during the year. However, listening to you, my suggestion, if the chair agrees and if PBAC agrees, would be that we, in addition to, because we are publishing the report, the Staff Health Insurance report, every year on the web. We will do that for the 2016 report very, very soon. But in addition to that, we are publishing that, and since it sometimes seems to be difficult to find our documents on the web, what we could do is for January 2018, through the PBAC, give an update on the staff health insurance and the long-time liability. But I leave that to the chair and to PBAC to see if you would have an interest. But the Secretariat could then provide, in addition to the reports we are publishing, an update on the situation. UK, you raised the issue about FENSA and GPG and so on. And it's the FENSA issue was discussed. There was an update to the GPG and on the implementation plan. So it has been discussed by the Global Policy Group, and it will be taken back, reporting back in the upcoming meetings later. So it is on the GPG agenda, I can just confirm that. Egypt, I think what I'm a bit worried is that there is a kind of misunderstanding and misconception, because neither the DG or the GPG or any of the senior management is intruding on the constitutional rights of decision-making by the member states. That's not the issue. But what the DG Director General has been authorized through the governing bodies is to be executing and to be implementing what has been decided by the member states through the governing bodies. And that's where you see the Global Policy Group functioning, is to take decisions or advise the Director General on how to implement, on what needs to be looked into throughout the organization. Because as was rightly said by the chair of the IOAC, Mr. Samuels, is that we can't just, it's in no organization you leave this to one person. You need to have a collective where you have a responsibility, particularly in an organization like WHO that are regionalized, where there is our operations are at country, regional level, and global level, that through the Global Policy Group, this is brought together to see how your decisions can be executed and implemented. Thank you.
ADG, you have a response on the issue of contingent fund for emergency. Anything to highlight?
Microphone, please, sir. Microphone, please, sir.
I think we have, I don't think, we have an agenda item, particularly on the health emergency program. I think it's better to, because it's a very relevant question, but it needs to be put in the larger context of what we do in the health emergency. So if you would agree, I would refer it to that discussion.
Thank you. Egypt. You have the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for taking the floor again. I thank the Secretariat and the Assistant DG for his elaboration on this matter. Just a quick remark before I begin my observations on what have been said. The entry to the GPG on the website has not been updated. And we asked in the last EB in January to update it according to the language that was agreed upon during the open-ended intergovernmental meeting on governance reform. So this is a simple remark that I would like to highlight. On the GPG and the necessity and the practicality to have it, we don't question this at all. We actually recognized in the open-ended intergovernmental meeting, we recognize, and this is a word that has been adopted in recommendation number 10, the Global Policy Group as an advisory mechanism to the Director General. But in all cases, the single responsible official to member states in the organization is the Director General. So it's a matter of a small formality that the Director General is responsible, not the GPG. So GPG does not answer to member states. GPG answers to the Director General, and the Director General answers to member states. And this is not the way we see it formulated in the reports of the Secretariat. And this is not the first time I raised this issue, actually. And if I read the second part of recommendation number 10 on this issue, it says pretty clearly that the Director General, in accordance with WHO Constitution, to continue to strengthen senior management coordination. And this is what has been highlighted by the Assistant Director General right now and by the Chair of the Independent Oversight Committee. We do agree or acknowledge the fact that to implement a document, a very highly significant document like FENSA, we need a senior management coordination to streamline the implementation across the 3 levels of the organization. But this is, as the recommendation says, the responsibility of the DG, not the GPG. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Hans, I think both sides have the same understanding. Okay. I see no further comment. I'd like to have a summary of discussion. First, we will follow up the contingent fund for emergency in another agenda. On staff health insurance fund, I would suggest that it will be deferred to January 2018 board to have full discussion. As far as ADG has explained that the fiscal status short-term, I would say short-term or medium-term, is so far so good. You have a positive balance between revenue and expenditure, but the long-term liability to the system, the whole system. But there is a committee oversight the staff health insurance scheme anyway. Therefore, we PBAC will take note and make our concern that in long term they might have some worries about this. May I therefore take it that committee is prepared to note the annual report of the IEOAC contained in document EB PBAC 2026/2. I see no objection. It is noted that PBAC has taken note. Thank you, the Chair of the IEOAC. This concludes our discussion on agenda item 2.1. Very good, thank you. We shall now take agenda 2.2 on annual report on compliance, risk management and ethics, which contained in document PBAC 26/3. Before I open the floor for discussion, I shall first invite the Director of Office of Compliance, Risk Management and Ethics to introduce the annual report. Chair, you have the floor, Director. Mr. Miski. Sorry, I cannot pronounce. I am so sorry. You have the floor, sir. Miski.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. DG, distinguished delegates, thank you for this opportunity. I'll be very brief. The report is contained in document EB PBAC 26/3. quick update on accountability, corporate risk management, the internal control framework, and ethics-related initiatives. On accountability, initiatives are in place to measure compliance and performance at different levels at the World Health Organization. All Assistant Director Generals have signed an accountability compact with the Director General, and a series of key performance indicators were finalized to track progress. At the same time, the Office of Compliance, Risk Management and Ethics is leading a working group to develop an organizational-wide accountability plan, which is mapping existing accountability tools against control requirements. On risk management, the first two iterations of the risk management cycle were completed in June 2016 with a report to the Director General, and the second one in April 2017. Senior management has identified 15 principal risks which are available online in 7 main areas. These top-down risks are matched against the bottom-up risks. The organization has identified through all of its budget centers almost 3,000 risks from the bottom up, of which 537, 19%, are considered to be critical and have been escalated to senior management for action. As next steps, an online tool is under development with the significant help of one regional office for risk management to further the integration into corporate processes. And the training package is linking the new tool and will further be developed. As has already been highlighted in the report of the IOAC, the second iteration of the internal control self-assessment checklist was completed in 2017 and is online and is based on an online tool where we had the great support from the Western Pacific Regional Office. The self-assessment scoring of the WHO budget centers is generally for all control areas 3.5 out of 4, and as such is adequate. We recognize that this result needs to be measured with the results and held against the results of the risk assessment analysis and of the audit reports. In this instance, it is very important to note that a global compliance and risk management network has been put into place, which I have the honor to chair, and which links and liaises with all compliance and risk management officers who are working in each of the regions. In the area of ethics, the Director General has recently signed the first Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct in the World Health Organization, which enshrines WHO's ethical principles of integrity, accountability, independence, impartiality, respect for the dignity, worth, equality, and diversity of all persons, and professional commitment. The Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct provides guidance and specifies expectations of staff, management, and of the organization itself. It applies to all staff evidently, and in spirit and principles to all individuals who collaborate with WHO, regardless of their contractual or remuneration status. The Director General has furthermore recently signed the Policy on Prevention of Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, which comes in line with the new approach of the Secretary General in this area of very important and also very difficult work. The policy prohibits and considers acts of sexual exploitation and abuse as misconduct, and they constitute ground for disciplinary measures, including summary dismissal and criminal prosecution. As this committee is aware, an integrity hotline was introduced through an outside provider which allows for anonymous reporting and which is open to all staff, non-staff, and external parties. Since June 2016, 46 reports containing concerns and allegations of misconduct across all 3 levels of the organization have been received. And lastly, the Director General has signed and the World Health Organization has adopted the information disclosure policy to enhance transparency, facilitate greater accountability, and further enhance trust in WHO's activities. Thank you very much, and happy to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miskri, for your introduction of the report. I now invite a comment from the floor. In the light of no comments, USA, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the annual report on compliance, risk management, and ethics. We're pleased that actions have been taken in the regional offices to strengthen accountability and transparency, and that a corporate accountability plan is under development. We look forward to the corporate accountability plan being implemented in the near future. We welcome the Secretariat's implementation of senior-level accountability compacts and making them publicly accessible. Managers at all levels in international organizations have a duty to cultivate a culture of ethical conduct. Does the Secretariat plan to expand the pool of managers required to participate in the process? Question we have. We thank the Secretariat for launching the WHO Integrity Hotline in June 2016 and wonder whether the 21 incident reports received were only from the hotline, or were the total number of incident reports received in 2016. On ethics, just some things we would be looking for in future reports. We would like more information on the ethics-related priorities for the coming year. Any significant observations or recommendations the office made to management and analysis of ethics issues that arose during the reporting period as well. Also, in next year's report, we would like information on the impact of ethics-related training. A staff survey following the implementation of the ethics training package could be helpful in this regard. And finally, we request the inclusion of detailed case statistics that compare the number of ethics complaints and inquiries in the reporting period to those of previous years. This will allow member states to evaluate and assess the ethics framework and culture of the organization over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, USA. I now invite Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for the updates on these important issues. And we are pleased to note that the work on compliance, risk management, and ethics is progressing, and we commend the Office for their important work in this regard. We are glad to note that there is a good basis for risk management in place, and we agree that it's now important to move from the implementation phase to operational ownership on all three levels. We welcome the efforts and progress made to promote high ethical standards across the organization. And the prevention is always cheaper than investigations, so it's a really important work. Implementation is, however, key, and adequate resources should be provided to enable training for all staff and to raise awareness across the organizations and at all levels. Experience show that the number of reports usually go up where training has been provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. I recognize Germany, followed by Netherlands and UK.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany thanks the Office of Compliance, Risk Management and Ethics for this report. Compared with last year's report to this committee, we see a very positive development. The Secretariat was able to set up a robust internal control and accountability framework. We noticed that some of the elements, like the whistleblowing and protection against retaliation policy, even have been used as a best practice example for other organizations. It is encouraging to see that the Integrity Hotline, even though still quite new, is used by staff, non-staff and external parties, and that the CRE office manages to follow up on the concerns and allegations reported. We have one question. How does CRE provide information about this hotline and make sure that everyone, even non-staff at country level, knows about this opportunity? The Accountability Compact signed from the ADGs with the DG are an excellent instrument to strengthen the lines of accountability. Germany would appreciate to see similar compacts between the RDs and the DG to strengthen even further the alignment between the three levels of the organization. With regard to transparency, we congratulate WHO for joining the IATI initiative. We appreciate the focus put on strengthening compliance and accountability in country offices and would like to know a little bit more about the results of the reviews carried out. Where does the Secretariat still see the main gaps? In the field of ethics and accountability, WHO has been able to set an example. This is fully in line with the cornerstones of the UN reform as recently presented by the UN Secretary-General. We urge WHO and its member states to continue this direction and provide CRE with the necessary political backing and funds to thoroughly implement the initiatives and policies that were set up since the creation of the Office of Compliance, Risk Management and Ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. Invite Netherlands, followed by UK.
Thank you, Chair. The Netherlands welcomes the Secretariat's report on compliance, risk management and ethics, and we're encouraged to continue to work in this area. There are a couple of remarks we would like to make after reading the report. We support the accountability compact of the DG with the ADGs, and we have made it clear on earlier occasions that we would like to see similar compacts with the regional directors. The delegation of authority and the letters of representation are not sufficient from our perspective. We have a strong wish that the new DG will take this up within the global policy group as soon as possible. We are pleased to read that WHO is working on its first submission of information on the International Aid Transparency Initiative, and we stress the importance that WHO makes it clear where donor money of all donors is spent. We encourage WHO to keep working with the excellent web portal and make it as user-friendly as possible. We read that under the regional offices for Africa and South Asia, compliance reviews have taken place in a number of countries. Compliance at country level is very important in our view. The report doesn't say anything about the results of these reviews. Can the Secretariat say anything about the results, or are these reports available on the website? Finally, we read with concern about the results of the first risk management cycle in 2016. Risks classified as severe that are related to the lack of sustainable funding for programs or poor response to outbreak and other emergencies, and lack of clear roles of responsibilities. But the other side of the story is that we know that the Secretariat is aware of these risks and is working hard to fix this, evidenced by the establishment of the emergency program and the efforts of the increase of levels of sustainable funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Netherlands. I invite DR Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I too would like to welcome the quality of this report and to congratulate the Secretariat on it. That's the report on compliance, risk management and ethics. I'd also want to mention risk management, because risk management is very closely linked to the facilitation of the implementation of the measures undertaken by the Secretariat. And here I want to stress the fact that we have to see just how far we can implement quantitative management as opposed to qualitative management so as to facilitate, as I have said, the implementation.
Thank you, DR Congo. I recognize France.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for this report. Yes, just one point, because this was mentioned by our colleague from Germany and the Netherlands, and because we'll have an opportunity to come back to this. It's a crucial aspect of reform. I wanted to say here just how far it seems important to us to expand the compacts, the ethical accountability compacts, as the Director General has said, because we think it's vital and part and parcel of the reform. Thank you.
Thank you, France. In my list, we have UK, Spain, and Mexico. And across the list, I invite UK.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, just to add our support to the comments of Netherlands and Germany on the importance of accountability compacts and rolling those out to regional directors as a more robust mechanism than letters of delegation. We support that proposal. The UK commends WHO on joining IATI and the latest upgrading of the funding web portal. The funding web portal is certainly best practice in the UN system. We're particularly looking forward to how that funding portal now maps funding to results, and hope to see that in due course. So 2 specific questions on IATI. It would be useful for us to understand a bit more about the Secretariat's future ambition on IATI. The organisation has now joined IATI, but it would be good to understand how it sees itself going about further improving its compliance rating over future years. And then secondly, we'd be grateful for any further information the Secretariat can provide on how it plans to help and support downstream implementing partners, both to join IATI and indeed to improve their compliance with IATI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK, Spain, Mexico, and Panama. Spain.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary, for the report that it has submitted, and which helps all us members to better know what the activities are that the Secretary is undertaking, both as regards transparency, risk management, ethics. Spain recognizes the efforts which the organization is making, WHO, as far as risk management is concerned, but considers that, as it says in the report which was going to be submitted later on by the external auditor, our organization has to strengthen the resources for risk management. We cannot forget the best way to avoid any damages which risk management might imply is to identify identify the risks which might occur. So the Secretariat is commended to continue with its efforts to manage the risks of the organization further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico, and final comment will be Panama.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank the Secretary for the report, and we recognize the efforts made in the organization to improve some processes. Based on information received, we think that the accountability should be strengthened throughout all the levels and be part of a continuous evaluation on the part of the member states, where we could provide our opinion, perhaps, on the endeavors we see from offices, countries, regional directors, sub-directors, and other civil servants, with the objective that they be a real implementation, particularly was said by those higher in command reports on, and what can be perceived by people carrying out their duties. Now, we've received the report, particularly when we looked at what's being done for transparency and help, the international report, and see what good practices have been identified and how this impacts on belonging to this compact. Now, regarding the issues, ethics issues, we would like to point out that it's important to mention the reasons why the reports, the pending reports, continue being investigated or pending resolution. And we'd like to know where most of these complaints come from, whether it's at a regional level or national offices or here in Geneva itself. Lastly, regarding the risk management and the identification of lines which require financing, we think it's necessary to recommend alternative plans and recommendations for the carrying out of the program and budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Panama, and finally Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Panama would like to thank for the update on information by measures adopted by the Secretariat just to formulate policies and instruments so as to improve institutional accountability and also regarding sources and results. We firmly believe that to be able to implement codes of conduct and values, organizations, and standards this is all essential for the achievement of this objective. I'd like to point out that the report submitted deals with the relevance of promoting internal controls and their integration in all the policies and management decisions, and it stresses the critical aspects of detecting these risks and then finding different responses for the minimization. And we'd also like to mention the obligation that each member of the organization should respond for his own actions and activities, their own actions and decisions, and accept the responsibility from this. Now, this goes along with the policy of having an accountability policy and transparency policies for operations to use the resources and the achievement of results be as efficient, effective, and ethical. We support and commend the activities of regional offices to implement the risk management policies and management for the institutional accountability plans and transparency plans. Now, what calls for reflection from us, the identification of many risks which are identified as being serious, and it'd be interesting to know the mechanism to minimize this in a sustainable and comprehensive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Last comment, I would urge Egypt to be very short. Egypt, you have to process.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Indeed, I will be very sharp. Since it was raised by some delegations here, the necessity to have an accountability compact between the Director General and regional directors. I believe this comes in contradiction or in contravention of the recommendations that we have agreed upon in the governance reform last year. In number 8, the Director General and regional directors were asked to make delegations of authority and letters of representations publicly available. There was no agreement on having an accountability compact between the Director General and regional directors. I just wanted to make this clear, and I asked the Secretariat to clarify this matter when answer the request provided by our distinguished colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that Mr. Milke has a lot on your plate for lunch. I suggest we suspend this agenda item to 2.2 and we resume at 2 o'clock, 2:30. I invite Tim have an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief announcement before you take for your break, reminding you that there is in here at 2 p.m. A demonstration of the web portal, but also in 5 minutes from now at 12:45, there will be an informal briefing on the draft decision, public health dimension of the world drug problem in Sal D. This is obviously in relationship to WHA 70. That's an informal briefing on the world drug problem in Sal D. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome to this informal lunchtime briefing. Just waiting that people either sit down or discuss outside, please. Laurent, could you dim the light already, please? This morning at the PBAC, you have been discussing on FENSA, you have been discussing on the need of enhancing IT tools, you have been discussing on the program budget web portal, so it fits well that we have been planning for that informal lunchtime briefing on enhancing transparency and accountability. My name is Gauden Silberschmidt. I'm Director Partnership and Non-State Actors and Director at Interim Coordinated Resource Mobilization. So over the next 20 minutes, I would like to lead you first through the Register of Non-State Actors, which has just gone live yesterday, then show you a little bit of what is the internal IT facility behind, which is the Global Engagement Management IT solution, and then show you the entirely upgraded program budget web portal, including on how you find it for those who had been complaining this morning that it's difficult to find. The Register of Non-State Actors shows you the profiles of non-state actors. That means information provided by themselves. The engagement with non-state actors provided by WHO, and as requested this January by the board, the collaboration plans for non-state actors in official relation. The tool behind the Global Engagement Management IT solution has been fully finalized. We have now been rolling that out. You will see that we are now waiting for the feedback from the non-state actors who have to update their profiles. So the messages have been sent to them, so we will be migrating step by step those profiles, and for that time I will show you afterwards. You have the pilot profile, which was already there before, but also the permanent profile, which will from now on be filled. So these are the things I'm going to show in the first part. Behind that, there is an IT solution which is also nearly finished in building, which is now going into field testing, which is called Global Engagement Management. So that is an internal tool which allows us to fill the data and to go through the work streams of non-state actors engagement, of resource mobilization, and of individual experts. So this is one tool to fulfill multiple needs in transparency and provide information on non-state actors, intelligence on tracking of and coordination of resource mobilization, and tracking of WHO's collaboration with individual experts, what Andreas Malitzke is responsible for from Director CRE. So we've been building a joint IT solution supporting those things. For FENSA, shows you the things I'm just going to show you afterwards. For resource mobilization, we will have contributor profiles regularly updated, engagement plans. It gives us a facility to share across the organization the template agreements, contributor reports, and an end-to-end process from gathering intelligence on contributors and on potential new contributors, to exploration, to the negotiation, to the clearance of the agreement, but then also the award creation and the contributor reporting. For individual experts, it is basically putting in an electronic format what used to be a paper process of declarations of interest, with the big advantage that for the expert, they don't have to fill 5 different forms when they are sitting in 5 different committees of WHO. And for us, we know if one expert would fill 5 different forms with different information, we know what they are filling because it will be in one central global solution. The IT solution has been developed, and I would like to thank the colleagues from the regional office in the Western Pacific and in Southeast Asia, whose IT teams have been working with our headquarter IT team and with Kuala Lumpur in developing that. And we are now preparing the change management plans, which we start to roll out over the summer to basically go stepwise until the end of the year to have it roll out across the organization. We just have asked the region to nominate representatives on the steering committee of that change management process. The web portal, as you know it, gave you already details on program, budget, financing, categories, program planning, major offices, country offices. These are the features which you already had. The 2 following slides are the features which are new, so I thought with the presentation you will have basically a reminder of what are the new features. One little but important thing, what you see down here, unfortunately too small this morning, we got the comment that it's difficult to find. From now on, you don't have to find it on the web page. You simply type in open.who.int and you're directly on the portal. So what am I going to show you on the new portal? There are more and more transparency, more accountability, more details. It's IATI compliant, improved look and feel and graphics, financial flows which can be downloaded. It's device compatible, so you can use it on your mobile devices. You can exit it also. It has all the IATI files, which we are now going to transfer to IATI, but also show in our document, in our portal. And we are starting to create a one-stop shop for all program budget relevant issues with all key documents like the General Program of Work, the Information Disclosure Policy, the Financing Dialogue, Accountability, Evaluation, and all those issues. And we feature much better the way we show the CVCA I'm going to show you afterwards. And then it has much more detailed that the results reporting from the midterm review by program area is accessible in the portal. The health emergency program is now fully integrated into the new portal. You have country-level budgets, financings, and expenditure at output level, not only at program level. You have the types of expenditure, that means staff, type of activity, direct financial contribution, travel, contractual services. And you can find contributors by output by country. So I'll show you just afterwards how you will see each and every contributor. So you are likely to start here at the main web page. I'm starting to go to the Register of Non-State Actors. Up here you have the About WHO. Clicking on that, you go to the bottom and you go to the Non-State Actor page. The direct link is in the presentation, which we will share afterwards also. When you go into the Non-State Actor page, you have all FENSA relevant information there. On the left hand, you find the link to the Register of Non-State Actors. You have a description of the mandate coming from FENSA, what that register is. And down here you will find the 200 entries in the pilot register as you have seen before, and now new, the actual permanent version of the register. When you click on it, you get on that new interface, which is in the background supported by GEM, that Global Engagement Management solution. You have first a disclaimer showing what that register is, namely that the page on non-state actors, the profiles is under the full responsibility of the non-state actors, while the engagement and the collaboration plan are filled from our side. So here, again, a disclaimer that we don't vet or endorse any entity of the thousands of entities which will be displayed in here, but that we show the information for transparency purpose. If you go in now, you find the search screen, but the entities haven't been published. We just received 1 or 2. Once we have 5 or 10, we will publish them as they come in. The request is with the non-state actor for their response. However, what we have already published in here is the profiles of the collaboration plans with non-state actors in official relations, where you can either click through the whole list or you can search with the name one of those newly admitted in January. You click on View and you find what is the plan of collaboration, an overall summary, in which area they collaborate in health, knowledge ecology international, it's collaborating in health system, information and evidence. What are the objectives, how we work, what are the activities, what are the expected deliverables. So you find all the details of those collaboration plans. In future, that means for the next January EB, you will get for all those under review and all those newly proposed for admission, those plans in advance of the meeting. To show you what will be coming soon for you, I can show you a profile which is not yet published, but which is based on the real information. We've taken the World Plumbing Council. It's similar than the draft, than the pilot register, but it goes in more structure. That's also the reason why they have to update their profile now, because it's much more structured in the information. So you have general information on the organization. You have their governance, when were they established, what are their board. Here you see for the name of the board members, we needed their inputs, that's what we are waiting for. You have their financial information. This is a business association of the plumbers, so therefore coming from the private sector. You have their membership across the world. You have the activities. Obviously, we work on health and environment, on water and sanitation with them. Their country presence and their disclosure, where they disclose is a global organization representing the plumbing industry, so what is their industry link in their disclosure statement. And then on the left-hand side, or directly on the top, you can go into the engagements. This will fill over time. We won't fill it retroactively. It will fill from now onwards, that once we have rolled out between July and December, depending on across the organization, we will start filling those information. Here is just as an example. You will then find a seminar they have been participating, an advocacy we have been doing together with them, so high-level summary of each engagement with each non-state actor. With that, let me move back to the main page. And to the main page, either you give open.who.int or you go on the main page on the right-hand side here under what we do, Program Budget Web Portal, which brings you to that site called open.who.int. With a little more space, I'll now take that one off. You see an entirely new page. A home page, our work, which gives you the categories, the program areas, providing the key figures, results, structures, and the midterm review. The budget and financing contains the summary of the financing for the general program of work period, for the current bienniums, and details by category. But you can also have a major office view, or split by the 3 levels, country office, regional office, headquarters, or by the segments, base budget, polio outbreak, emergency response. The regions bring you to the regions and the countries within that region. The contributors provide an overview of the ability and an ability to drill in by each donor, but also to assess contribution, program support costs, core voluntary contributions, and the flows thereof. And then also you have all the IATI files, and you have that one-stop shop of key documents. I'll go into that towards the end. So on the main page, please do not only navigate up here, but also scroll down, because on the one hand, you can directly go to the regions and countries. So if you want to jump to one country, it's at the front page. You get the high-level figures of financing at the bottom of the front page, and you get some examples of contributions we are receiving, which are randomly selected, of highlighting the contributions we are getting. If then I start to go into our work, I mentioned the health emergency program is now fully mapped into the portal. You can go to the description of what they are doing, the program outcomes, the key figures. So here you find the health emergency programs, which category visits different programs. All those graphics, you simply can go and download them and use them for whatever you need. And newly, you don't have to only show hover over to find the figures, but you find them in table, which makes it also more easier to go into. In those tables, you can also click and drill down. So here you go to infectious hazard management. You get to the same page when you go from here to one of the program areas within the emergency programs, which is infectious hazardous management. Again, results, deliverables, key figures. You see a budget of 73 million, roughly half staff and activity, to 85% funded, 61 million have come in, 33.7 million have been expended. And you find each output, the global aggregate for that program area, and what kind of expenses for each program area, how much in travel, how much in transfers, how much in staffing cost down here. You can also, by the program area, go on their midterm review. In the 70-page or 150-page with the financial figure document going to the health assembly, you only have category level. Here you have additional information for program area on the one hand, easy to navigate manner. What are the challenges? What are the actions required from in this very program area? But then also a detailed report. In this case, for this program area, it's 12-page. I went through. It's 400-page additional results reporting from what we have achieved last year. Now, if then I move on to the budget and finance, you have the overview GPW, you have the summary, and again with tables. So what you find in the document in front of you for the PBAC, the funding shortfall of 212 million, you find it in here, but that doesn't include the projection, so we are still 454 million short for this biennium. This is figures as of end of March. We also, in the detail, have now fully integrated the health emergency program. You can go, as before, to the details down here, and you still have the most detailed information, which hasn't changed much. You have all the flows. One feature which can interest the contributors for core voluntary contribution, that you can actually show exactly with the core voluntary contribution, where have they gone, how much has been spent, and what has it been spent for, that we have full accountability to those most valuable flexible resources also. If I go to regions, African region as an example, you have the regional figures. All what I showed before, you have the same on the regional level, key figures by categories and the respective graphics, and then by program areas, and you can select which of the program area, which of the category you want in the program area. All the details by the region. You can see all the country offices, an overview of all the country offices of that region. What's the budget, staff, activity split, financing, and the expenditure as overview. But you can also, when you go on this list, drill into one country. Here is the example of Sierra Leone. You have the category overview. You have the financial flow for that country office. How has it been financed? As an example, thank you to the UK for financing in Sierra Leone. And you get to the country homepage of the country office, and you get also on the documents, you get always the country cooperation strategy of that country. But you can again drill down. If I take in Sierra Leone health systems, I click on health system, it gives you what they are doing in health system. It gives you the figures for health system. And here is another new feature. You can either by program area show for each program area, that means this is the contribution to program area National Health Policy and Strategic Plans in Sierra Leone, 11.2 million, how have they been funded? And how have they spent the 5.2 million? So it's for the roughly 80 outputs by 160 offices. You find all the details in there. If I move on to the contributor page, you have the feature of looking for each contributor. A new feature is an overview. All the assessed contribution, all the specified voluntary, all the core voluntary contributions. So now you really have an overview of the core voluntary contribution. Thank you, Sweden, for being #1 CVCA contributor. And you can directly jump from there to the overview of Sweden. Sweden gave us in the last 15 months 8.9 million assessed contribution, 23 million specified voluntary, 27 million core voluntary, and has projected to give another 20 million until the end of the biennium. And down here for the specified voluntary, you find again how this is flowing. To conclude, you have here the IATI files and you have here the key documents. So basically all the major documents you're looking for, here is the list of all, but you can go accountability, collaboration and partnership, transparency, evaluation, financial information. So here you get the last program budget resolution, all which is linked with that, or you can go to the financing dialogue page, which links you back to the main web page. With that, I've concluded. I don't know if there are any short questions before the board will resume. Thank you. So short break until the chair is here and the PBAC formally resumes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the feedback meeting. Before we adjourn for lunch, we have unfinished agenda on 2.2, and all the member states who are committee members and non-committee members have made intervention and discussion on the report. Now I recognize that the of Afro will make intervention.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members of the PBAC for their comments on this issue. I'd just like to share with you on the work that we are doing on compliance and risk management and ethics, that as part of our internal control strengthening activities in the African region, we've increased the number of program and administrative reviews, which include looking at compliance and risk management, which we are conducting within 6 months of the appointment of a new head of country office when these are changing as a matter of practice and routine, so that we establish baselines, we identify new areas for improvement, as well as documenting and sharing of best practices where we find them in our country offices. So during the period covered by this annual report, we've conducted reviews in 5 countries. And just to share some of the main findings, first were delays in the clearance of DFC advances, so the funding that we provide to member states for implementation of activities. And to address these, member states are briefed on the findings of these reviews, and also relevant staff in ministries of health have been briefed and trained on working with WHO. We developed a handbook on collaborating with WHO, which outlines the main rules and regulations, including issues of compliance and risk management. And this, we think, is going to provide clear guidance on how to work together in order to reduce this risk. In addition to that, we still have weaknesses in fixed asset management, and our country offices, again, are provided with training and briefings to improve our performance in this area. Segregation of duties in making, segregation of roles and duties in making decisions about the use of resources. We have trouble with this in some of our small offices simply because we don't have enough staff. So the same people might have to play the same role. We have developed a template to identify and address these issues across the region, and we'll be briefing our WHO representatives and their teams so that we don't have the same person playing excessive roles over the management of resources, thus increasing the risks. We're also going to be carrying out a country office functional review project where we look at the staffing in our offices and make sure that we have sufficient staff to carry out these functions and minimize the risks. We also have identified challenges around the alignment of financing with programmatic priorities, but this we believe is something that's not unique to the African region. I'd just like to conclude by saying that we share these reports regularly with the Office of Internal Oversight Services so that they are aware, and this supplements the work that they are doing with us in the region. And these reports are also reviewed by our Regional Compliance and Risk Management Committee, which I chair in the region. However, at the moment, they're not available on the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adi of AFRO. I recognize that there are a number of specific questions by US, Germany, Netherlands, and many others that Mr. Miski want to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you, delegates and member states, for the very pertinent questions as well as for the overwhelming support for the work on compliance, risk management, and ethics across the World Health Organization. The United States, Mexico asked about a breakdown of the cases that we have received through the hotline. And what I said before lunch is basically an update. As per today, basically, we have received, since the going live in June 2016, 46 reports, which are 46 serious reports that come through the hotline. As I said, we have an external provider who also does a certain degree of triage for us so that spurious or flimsical cases do not reach us. Of these 46, 26 have been closed, 20 are currently open, and to give member states an example of where we are going, the bulk of the cases are referred to executive management, both in the regions and in headquarters. A number of cases that address allegations or concerns that address HR matters are referred to the Department of Human Resources, and cases that implicate potential misconduct are referred to the Office of Internal Oversight Services. The question was asked where the majority of the cases emanate from. The statistics indicate that about half of the cases come from headquarters, and the remaining half is distributed fairly equally amongst the regions. Also in response to the questions by the United States, so the Integrity Hotline is not the only instrument by which allegations of misconduct can be brought to the attention of the appropriate authorities in the World Health Organization, but it's the one tool that is open to everybody, and that is open to everybody inside as well as outside of the organization. And that leads me to the next question that was asked by Germany and Sweden. How do staff know about the hotline. So first of all, we have had broad consultations when the whistleblower policy was consulted and then signed by the Director General, which puts up the requirement for the hotline. So that has been consulted with all staff as well as all departments inside the organization. We had a communication strategy. We had an intranet story. We have hotline posters all across the organization, relevant information obviously passed on to the directors of administration and finance in the regions. So the very good working relationship, as Adi Afro also mentioned, between regions and headquarters has played to our advantage. And we want to do more. We are on the internet, by the way, so you can reach the hotline through the internet. That means it's accessible really to everybody. We want to do more in terms of ethics training. The training that is obviously required in relation to the hotline, but there's more training in relation, for example, to the recent Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. So this is part of our CRE work plan and also forms part of Category 6, the funding situation of which I think has been discussed by member states. On risk, many member states have asked the question, so how do we move from, as Congo DRC put it, how do we move from quantitative to qualitative? How do we move from numbers and risks to actually what we are doing about them? And this is actually what is standing behind all of our risk management corporate policy, as well as of the reports that we are bringing to the attention of top management, both in headquarters and in the regions. Because it's not about numbers. The numbers we are giving you, the 19% of significant and severe risks, that's basically to give you an impression of how highly significant and severe risks are rated and what part of the corporate portfolio they represent. And I think with the 19%, we are well within a good corporate business average. But what we are doing is we are bringing these significant and severe risks to the attention of the Director General and to the regional directors and to the Assistant Director Generals with a request for validation as well as for implementation plans for the mitigating actions. And just to illustrate this by one example, the percentage of the mitigated risks and the mitigation implemented forms part of the accountability compact for ADGs. So there is a feedback mechanism, and we are clearly moving from the identification to the implementation to the operationalization. And I'm looking forward to reporting more in the future. The Netherlands asked a question about compliance reviews. Adi Afro has already given very illustrative examples. During the reporting period, CRE, with great support from regions, has conducted administration program management reviews in Laos, PDR, in Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and Kyrgyzstan. And typically, these reviews address basically two areas. One is areas of compliance, direct financial cooperation, agreed performance of work, as already outlined, and we work very closely with the compliance units in the regions on that. And another area is basically the programmatic side. Is the country office doing what the country needs in terms of health and programmatic purposes? And this is why we have strong programmatic support on these areas. The question raised by Panama around how to minimize risks, the entire risk management process as outlined in the corporate risk management policy and is implemented through the escalation mechanisms that we have put in place serves the purpose of managing risks. We will never be able to eliminate risks because risks are a part of all business processes. In response also to the comment by the Netherlands, obviously risks have to be formulated in a negative way. So we have a certain, funding situation, we have a certain, priorities in the PB, etc. That will be, if you just look at the risk, mostly formulated in a negative way. It doesn't mean that it is negative, but it means that an awareness and a consciousness on the part of the managers and the organization has arisen. Just one last thing on the U.S. question for more information on the ethics cases. We're definitely taking this on board, and we'll work to expanding our reporting and to improve it on a continuous basis. Thank you very much.
Thank
think one or two questions has not been addressed. One is the extension of the accountability compacts beyond between DG and ADG to RD. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Allow me to answer that question and also a second question on IATI, which came from the UK. But first, let me start with the questions and comments coming from several countries, including Germany and Netherlands, on the question of whether it will be appropriate to have accountability compacts not only between the DG and the ADGs, but also between the DG and the regional directors. And as the Honourable Delegate from Egypt correctly pointed out, the request that came from the governing bodies to the DG was specifically for the DG to publish the delegations of authority from the DG to the RDs and the letters of representation from the RDs to the DG. And those are being published, and you will find them all on the Director General's website under each web page for each regional director. But at the same time, the DG and the regional directors also recognise that with authority and responsibility comes accountability, and therefore have included a set of key performance indicators within the delegation of authority to monitor management performance. And you will find those, as I say, on the website. If you go to each of the regional directors' delegations of authority from the DG, you will see there those indicators of performance are now included in the delegation of authority, and they cover a number of topics, including implementation of audit recommendations relating to human resources, performance management of staff diversity, and also donor reporting. So those are now included in the delegation of authority, which in many respects, in effect, renders a separate accountability compact somewhat redundant. So at this stage, there have not been plans to develop further accountability compacts between the DG and the RDs. The delegations of authority serve that purpose in terms of the accountability between the DG and the regional directors. In terms of the comments on IATI, if I can just quickly take that from, again, the question that came up from the UK. And I think for us, IATI, we're fully committed to IATI. We're delighted that we have been able to join IATI, and we're delighted now that the Programme Budget Web Portal now provides a single portal for all of the information that's required for IATI compliance. But I would emphasise that our commitment is not to, in a sense, not to simply comply with IATI. That is a means to an end. It's not an end in itself. And our commitment is to regular and ongoing improvements and increase in accountability and in transparency, with, for example, the development of an information disclosure policy and the progressive implementation of that. I should also note that though we have now published all of that data, we have not yet been evaluated against that data in terms of the scoring system that is used to determine what grading those parties within IATI achieve. And I should just say that we're aiming for a good result. We're aiming for at least a 60% score in our first assessment, but that will not take place until later this year. We believe that will be around October, November, and we of course would aim for a progressive improvement in our score beyond that. We will, of course, use the feedback that we get from that process to help identify areas for further improvement. And then finally, on the question that came up about implementing partners, as we're not a funding agency primarily, we don't have a large number of what are often called implementing partners. Much of the financing that we provide obviously goes as direct financial contributions, is usually to countries. But there is some financing which does go to, for example, NGOs, and we will of course be looking at the requirements for transparency and accountability that are needed to ensure that we have the confidence that those resources are being used appropriately and accountably by those parties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That means the question on the accountability compacts between DG and ADG, the question on extension to cover RD is our question because the ongoing delegation of authority from the DG to RD as well as the KPI is well implemented already. I'd like to conclude this agenda item to point 2 and the discussion that I have taken note is that the committee note the good progress on the implementation of the compliance, risk management and ethics in its annual report. And a few of innovative activity, for example, the integrity hotline is on now functioning, and we hope that it will be increasingly useful. And also we note with satisfaction that the WHO will become member of the IRT, and beyond the compliance of IRT requirement, we will the WHO will accelerate implementation to achieve transparency, accountability, and all sort of good governance practice. If there's no further comment, may I therefore take it that the committee is prepared to note the annual report on compliance, risk management and ethics contained in this document. I see no objection. It is so noted, and this concludes the discussion agenda 2.2. I now turn to agenda 2.3, the report of the JIU. The report by Secretary is contained in this document EBPBAC 26/4. There will be no introduction of the report. The floor is open for discussion. Document EBPBAC 26/4. Report of the JIU. In this report, the committee is invited to take note of this report and consider the recommendation in the JIU report requiring action by the WHO legislative and governing bodies, which contained on page 5 and 6, para 13 to para 17. I note USA, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments on this particular report. We appreciate the Secretariat's efforts to follow through on JIU recommendations. And then a couple of specific issues. We would like to support the JIU recommendation related to reports from the Ombudsman that identify systemic issues at WHO. This information would be very helpful for member states. And then just from an administrative standpoint, it is unclear if these reports would require their own standing agenda item or if it would be more appropriate for the report of the Ombudsman to be appended to the report of the IUOAC or to the report on compliance, risk management, and ethics. The JIU inspector notes that reports from the Ombudsman to the governing body are not an existing practice in other organizations. So it's unclear if that maybe needs to be looked at. We know that there are a number of reports on oversight and ethics at WHO governing bodies, and we greatly appreciate that. But we also know that there is a volume of documents that are often in line for translation and et cetera. So just in terms of a consolidating around this area of reporting, perhaps that could be pursued. Thanks.
Thank you, USA. I recognize UK.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question from us. So the UK is certainly glad to see WHO reiterate its zero tolerance approach to fraud. That's certainly vital to ensuring taxpayers' funds are visibly spent to maximum effect. We did note the comment on page 5, paragraph 10, that says WHO systematically attempts to recover defrauded resources. And so following on from that, we were just interested to know whether you could provide any information on the estimated amount of WHO funding found to be subject to fraud, and indeed how much of that was successfully recovered. Thank you very much.
Thank you for UK specific question on the size of fraud contained in paragraph 10. If there's no further comments, I invite the Secretariat, the JIU Vice Chair, Mr. Forrest. There are two specific questions, one by US and the other by UK.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, delegates, member states. It's always an honor for the GIU to be present in today's deliberations. As we stand today, we have a very good cooperation with WHO, and we are very satisfied with the follow-up that they do to all our recommendations. As far as the recommendation from the report on the Ombudsman, as you know, all inspectors are independent. I did not write that report, but I assure you that to the collective wisdom that we do in our reports, this is a very important recommendation. We found that in many organizations, good practices can be found on these reports, and sometimes they are not follow up. So that's why I believe that this recommendation was introduced. So I think that it would be a good practice if there's a way that these types of good practices that are found on these reports on the Ombudsman are somehow follow up, so to reduce these types of issues that normally, especially staff, are confronted. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
On the specific size of fraud, question by the UK.
That would be provided by management.
Okay. Management response, ADG.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the fraud and where we have been able to recover and so on, I would suggest that is referred to the agenda item where we have the IOS report on the internal audit, because it's actually part of that reporting, if that is acceptable for the PBAC. Regarding the US comment, I think it's a valid point here how we deal with the ombudsperson's report. Maybe we could come back to that too, because it could be seen from different perspectives. I agree it could be seen from the CRE's perspective, but it could also be seen from the HR perspective. So I would agree, instead of having a standalone report and adding to all the documentation, if you would agree, the Secretariat would come back to see how we could reflect the ombudsperson's report in the future under a relevant area. Thanks.
I hope that US and UK agree that we will defer to the subsequent agenda item. Ariel, you have the floor, sir.
Chair, just to add, one of the requests from the JIU was that in addition to this short document, that the organization also provided member states with extracts from the information related to the organization, which is in the JIU website. And what we've done as a kind of compromise after conversation with the JIU is that we have produced a document that puts together the recent JIU recommendations plus the management response, which is publicly available. It's in a document and it's available at the back of the room for member states that are interested. And this is in response to one of the requests that member states had, JIU had to management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have one question to the Secretariat on paragraph 17 on fraud prevention, detection and response in the UN system organization. The JIU recommendation 16 has proposed that legislative and governing bodies should place on their respective agenda a permanent or standing item relating to the fraud prevention, detection and response, review on an annual basis, and the consolidated and comprehensive management report, etc. If what is the response from the management on this? EDG.
On the specifics for WHO, as said, maybe we can defer that to the iOS report. But I also want to mention that we find this recommendation very valid and appropriate. And we also, in addition to what we do within WHO internally in the organization, which will then be discussed under the iOS report, we are collaborating within the UN system to see how we can do it. And for example, within procurement, just to give you one example, we are seeing how we can, in a corporate way, working with other UN system to see how fraud and corruption could be prevented.
Thank you. On this agenda item, on the report of the Joint Inspection Unit, the committee take note of the annual report of the JIU. That a number of progress has been made. And this report on this agenda item will be taken in conjunction with the two other items that we have referred to. If there is no further comment, may I therefore take that the committee is prepared to note the report by the Secretariat contained in document EB PBAC 26/4. I see no objection. It is so noted. This concludes our discussion on this agenda item on 2.3. We shall now move to agenda 2.5 on hosted partnership. And the document under this agenda item is EB 141/8 and EB 141/9. It is on the partnership that hosted by the WHO and report by the Secretary. There will be no introductory remarks. The floor is discussion.
Open the quick start. Connect to audio. Yeah, click on it again.
I recognize France. You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for those reports. They're rather useful, and they clarify the situation on partnerships. And in particular, as far as the Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research is concerned in particular. So it's all rather interesting. But I want to take the floor to point out something that I think is a translation problem in the French version. We're told about the UNITAID chair and vice chair, or president and vice chair, president. It's a translation of step down. The founding chair and the vice chair step down. It hasn't been understood properly by the translator, and it comes out that they have been dismissed. So that step down should be correctly translated into French. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. You refer to UNITAID on document /8. I recognize Bhutan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the reports. We note with deep appreciation the report on the Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Research. Acknowledging the inadequate coordination and convening in the field of health policy and systems at the global level, we note that the Alliance has made important contributions. The new initiative of mobilizing policymakers through the Health Policy Leadership Group to bridge the gap between policy making and research is particularly praiseworthy. The work of the Alliance, however, needs to be expanded. The need for appreciation and robust evidence on health policy and systems is particularly acute in low and middle income countries, where capacities are low and where funds are scarce. We are hopeful that the future work of the Alliance is informed by this concern. Mr. Chairman, we would also wish to acknowledge the work of the Asia-Pacific Observatory on Health Systems and Policies, which recently moved from the Western Pacific to Southeast Asia region. Recently completed a health system in transition, and we are launching the report. Overall, we appreciate all initiatives, particularly those of WHO in areas of strengthening health policy and systems. In this age of SDG and UHC, such initiatives are critical. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bhutan. I recognize New Zealand. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. We certainly value the review of the performance of the Alliance for Health Policy and Systems Strategy. However, noted that some of the argument in the report is what you might call values-based, not with militants. And at one level, the Alliance would appear to be duplicating work undertaken by other agencies on the WHO. The report does not particularly explore this issue, and we would encourage kind of deep these partnerships that have a lot of resource and both financial and people associated with them.
Thank you, New Zealand. Further comments from members and non-members? I have one small comment on the hosted partnership review of the Alliance of Health Policy and System Research. It was one of the best partnerships I have seen because I have worked closely with them. I declare no conflict of interest. Because health system policy research is very negative and very much as Bhutan colleague has said. very essential in design policy, implementing health system development, etc. And it thrived 18 years since 1999 and has been doing quite well. This is one of the good partnerships that WHO has tapped external resources and support health system development, the whole cluster of this kind of work. So that's my appreciation to this good work of Alliance. If there's no further comment, I note that this report on hosted partnership, there's one typo on paragraph 17, document 151/H in the French version. Paragraph 17 on united governance on the founding chair and vice chair. And the committee has noted with appreciation on this good work and we will show to improve the collaboration with this kind of partnership. If there's no further comment, I'd like to request the floor to take note of the report. I see no objection. It is so decided. This concludes the discussion on agenda item 2.5. We shall move to agenda 2.6 on the amendment to the staff regulation and staff rules. This contains document EB 141/11. And as agreed, we shall take this together with agenda item 3.10 on human resource annual report, which is contained in document A70/45. Before I open the floor for discussion, I shall give the floor to the Director of Human Resource Management to introduce annual report on human resource. Madame Noke, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the committee. In January, I took it on myself that the annual report on human resources should deal with the first 3 years of the implementation of the UN Human Resources Strategy. And that is what document 45 is all about. So in the annex, we have all the progress that we have made since 2014 in each of the 3 pillars of the strategy. That is attracting talent, retaining talent, and developing an appropriate environment. And in all cases, there's a gender aspect, accountability, collaboration, and others are all taken into account. So I'm not going to go into the detail, the diversity and the scale of the work we have undertaken. Rather, I'd like to stress one fact that I think is rather important. The implementation of a fundamental reform and in a organization as big as the WHO is a long-term project, especially when we're talking about a change in the fundamentals of culture, when we talk about gender mobility, the management of performance, management of careers. So the success can be measured after many years of sustained efforts being made, continuous effort undertaken by all the stakeholders. If we're talking about the human resources division, but the members of the administration at every level of the organization, the members of the staff themselves as well, all involved. And this with the support of the member states and the support of the new Director General, whoever that may be, the program of reforms will continue. In the coming years, we will lay stress in particular on the development of the competences of management, career development, geographic mobility, which is mandatory, the development of a good professional environment and on the good use of contractual modalities. And in order to do this, we will continue dialogue with the representatives of our staff. We will draw the conclusions, the necessary conclusions on our activities. And in conclusion, we have on the website of the WHO all the data relating to staff matters up to the 31st of December 2016 for the whole of that year. So I can answer any questions you have, and I thank you in advance for any comments, any suggestions you have to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Noke. The floor is open for comment, and bear in mind that we will take 2.6 and 3.10 altogether in this deliberation. Your presentation is so clear. Lucid, clear. Not only your presentation, but the interpretation is so good.
The papers are okay.
Franz, you have the floor.
Je veux bien me lancer.
Yes, I'm happy to get things launched, Chair. Well, I've already said it. This is an essential part of reforms, especially when we find ourselves in a situation where the essential aspect WHO can contribute is its competence, its experience. We've looked at the evaluation part, but without a competent and correct evaluation, we cannot make progress. The whole problem of members available to be able to link all this up to improve the competence internally and to make sure that staff is the staff that we require for the countries, whether we're talking about in headquarters or in the field, in regions. Now, I won't come back either to the matter of differentiated treatment of headquarters and the country offices, but I want to point out, we have said this before, the reform of mobility is something we should have done earlier. We should speed it up. I know it won't be done before 2019, but we have the figures here, the data. It's going down. There are too few people that are mobile, and this is a major problem here. I don't see how we can tolerate that in an organization that is serving the member states, the weakest member states in particular, and we can see the difficulties that we have in countries that are affected by epidemics. I don't understand how we can say that we're at their service in headquarters and not closer in the field, more of us in the field. Now, this has been done in other places in the United Nations. I keep saying that. In UNDP, for instance, they too have not carried out this mobility reform, and it is the same enormous problem there. Now, when it comes to pensions, retirement, I'm not going to change my position there. I think that around this table, we're not going to change our position in that there's no question of postponing this. Now, when it comes to the improvement of parity, the figures are very, very slightly on the encouraging side, but nevertheless, there are regions where things are not really improving very much. At least I find this. And the figures for the Southeast, for instance, with heads of the country offices that are almost all men, this isn't great. It really isn't. And I think that here too, a great deal is yet to be done in order to improve matters. So once again, the reform of human resources is extremely difficult, but also very vital for any organization, since its competence, its primary competence is to provide technical, intellectual support either to countries or more broadly when we're talking about an organization that has a standard setting mandate, which is very important, very vital as the good health of our populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Franz. I know Sweden, you have the formula.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Just to express our support very much for the French statement. I think Franz picked up on some of the points that we find very important as well, both the mobility scheme and also the representation of women and men in the organization, of women at higher positions. The mobility scheme, I mean, we see that as really an essential element of making WHO fit for purpose. We have said this before. It's also a chance, as we see it, to create better career opportunities for staff members worldwide. I would be interesting to hear a little bit more about as we're approaching the mandatory rolling out of this program. I'd be interested to hear a bit more on what the challenges are that you see in bringing this into the new phase, this program. So I'll just be very brief and stop there for now.
Thank you, Sweden. I recognize Netherlands, followed by Germany.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The Netherlands thanks the Secretariat for the review of the trends in the workforce and the update of the implementation of the Human Resource Strategy. We noted that the WHO workforce in the past 3 years has slightly increased, while the costs were proportionally lower than in 2013, and that the workforce has become more flexible. We are pleased that mostly country offices benefited from the increase in staff numbers. Gender equality is an important topic for the Netherlands, and we noticed with appreciation that the number of women in professional and higher categories with fixed-term contracts increased in 1 year with 1% to 42.8%. And of course, we encourage WHO to go ahead with the implementation of the new strategy for gender equality that foresees an increase of female staff from grade 4 of 1.5% in the next 5 years. The Netherlands took note of the achievements of the 2014 Human Resources Strategy and encourages WHO to continue implementation. And to finalize, you know our position on the age of separation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Netherlands, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany thanks the Secretariat for the update on human resources and congratulates the Secretariat on the progress achieved in implementing the Human Resources Strategy and the various policies linked to it. Please allow me some observations, and they are very much in line with what was already said by Sweden, France, and the Netherlands. We noted that the number of fixed-term staff remained unchanged and that the proportional number of staff costs was decreased to 37%. Even though we appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat to keep staff costs as low as possible, we should not take the risk in going too far with relying on temporary appointments. The highly qualified, experienced staff is and remains the main asset of WHO as a knowledge-based organization. We have to make sure to find the right balance here between savings and efficiencies on the one hand and the need to be attractive for the best people on the other hand. We note that with appreciation the progress towards reaching gender equity and look forward to the implementation on the new policy on gender equality and staffing. In para 3 of the report, non-staff contracts are mentioned with a number of 970. This is the number of agreement for performance of work and consultancies. Omitted from this part of the report are the 3,584 special service agreements. We would like to know why. We are concerned about this high number of non-staff contracts. We see the need of the organization to be flexible, and maybe non-staff contracts is a means. On the other hand, we have clear rules and regulations in the HR sector which inter alia serve to protect the staff rights. All these rules are not effective for non-staff. This creates unnecessary inequalities. From our point of view, also non-staff is staff. On mobility, we are quite concerned about the low number of applications, especially in the second voluntary round of the rotation. What steps are taken by the Secretariat to attract more staff to apply for these posts? And how is the HR department preparing for the mandatory phase? Will there be an increase in staff in order to manage the mobility policies? What are the lessons learned from the 2 first rounds? And we know also, and you mentioned it, that there has been an evaluation report, but it has not been officially published on the web. Can the Secretariat inform us about the most relevant results of this evaluation? Thank you very much for these clarifications.
Thank you, Germany, for a very specific question to the Secretariat. I now invite USA.
Thank you very much. Thank the Secretariat for the information on the workforce trends. We appreciate the Secretariat continuing efforts on a flexible, agile workforce and competent staff. And in that regard, we also, as others said, strongly support the mobility policy and the close collaboration with staff on that and with the staff representatives in taking that forward as it transitions to a mandatory policy in 2019. We note the positive progress on expediting recruitment for public health emergencies, as well as reducing costs of temporary appointments and managing underperformance. We note that progress on increasing diversity was minimal, and yet the Secretariat plans to decrease the percentage of unrepresented and underrepresented countries in WHO staffing from 33% to 28%. We would appreciate more information from the Secretariat as to how this will be accomplished. And last, we appreciate the strides made to foster an ethical work environment and one of trust with the Respectful Workplace Initiative and improvements to the internal justice system. As we had mentioned in a previous item, we're interested in a number of things the Secretariat is doing in this regard and increasing the ethical climate of the organization through training and other means to meet the needs of the organization in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I see no further comment. I invite Secretary to respond specific question. Canada. Oh, sorry. Canada. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Canada welcomes the additional material prepared in the Human Resources Report. In particular, we welcome the information on senior management's efforts to achieve gender balance and hope that the WHO will align with the new Secretary General's commitments to achieving gender parity in senior UN appointments by the end of his term. On the specific issue of mandatory age of retirement, as a general principle, Canada supports harmonizing practices across the UN common system. Canada's view is that there should be no delay in the implementation date for any UN agency or organization. The ILO, for example, was able to implement this policy on time, and Canada encourages WHO and other agencies to adopt the recommendation of common age of retirement across the UN system. We would have also welcomed more information on what WHO could do to limit costs and implement this on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I now invite UK, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. The first question reflects points made by Germany. It seems clear looking through the HR report that the WHO workforce is moving gradually away from continuing and fixed-term contracts and towards more short-term contracts and the use of consultants. So it would just be interesting for us, I think, to get a bit more information as to what assessment WHO's made of the benefits of this as opposed to the downside, so we can foresee the benefits, as I'm sure colleagues can, of increased flexibility in managing the uncertain financing situation, but we also see the potential downsides in terms of staff insecurity and difficulty attracting the right staff, as well as organisational stability, organisational memory, as Germany said. And then our second question is, reading through the annex of the very useful paper, it's clear that there's an impressive range of activities that are going on. So we congratulate you on those, but we'd like to make the link back to the programme budget 18-19 and the drop in category 6 expenditure, and we just look for a bit of information in terms of the effect that might have on some of those activities outlined there. For example, have those activities been assessed, prioritised, and ones that might need to be cut, kind of identified at an early stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK. I now invite Mexico, followed by Australia.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to endorse the thanks for the report. And as a first point, we welcome the increase of 2.4% of feminine staff within the organization. This is a topic which, at the level of the United Nations system, we give a great importance to. Likewise, we think it's positive that the increase of officials who benefited from offices, people who cooperate more closely with the states, that number has been also be maintained. We'd like to express our support of the fact that we've harmonized the retirement age with the remainder of the United Nations agencies and system. The human resources policies has given results, so we consider that technical competence and skills and international skills are good skills. We think it's a good idea to encourage a methodology to evaluate the strategy of temporary contracts as well as staff mobility policies. And then finally, I have a question. With the figures that demonstrate the increase in number of temporary appointments, we'd be interested in knowing the benefits of these type of contracts on a long-term basis. And wouldn't there be institutional gaps left at some point in time for the organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. Australia.
Thank you. Australia would like to, is very appreciative of the range of material that the Secretariat has prepared on human resource developments and reforms. We would particularly like to speak to the issue of the mandatory age of separation, and we would just like to say that we would like to see no delay in the implementation of the International Civil Service Package. The package was agreed after extensive consultations, and we note the work that has been done to look at the implications of the mandatory age of separation on the polio transition and the gender balance and the geographical representation in the Secretariat's report. But we consider that these are a range of complex organisational and human resource issues that are not solely determined by the mandatory age of separation, and so must be addressed as part of a comprehensive organisation-wide response. We also recognise that there are potential increase in short-term liabilities, but we see merit in the longer term and savings for the UN family. So we strongly encourage the WHO to implement the complete package in accordance with the timeframe set in New York, and increasing the mandatory age of separation from the 1st of January 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize DR Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to thank the Secretariat for the quality of this report, which has tackled the whole problem of human resources, recruitment, capacity building, and even right through to retirement. But I would like to get some information on promotions, because there's not really enough information here when it comes to promotions.
Thank you, dear Congo. I turn to Brazil. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will talk in Spanish. Brasil toma nota del
Brazil takes note of the documents and commends the Secretariat of the summary of all the challenges and achievements and strategy of human resource in the past 3 years. Our country can still advocate for more transparent and rapid hiring procedures to take into account the professional experience of the candidates with the post requirements, and this should be done impartially. We've seen in the document that there's a emergency advisory group for emergencies that will be submitted in the Assembly. And here are great criticisms in the hiring for contracts and extending contracts for emergencies. As many took the floor before me, I'd like to repeat that the gender balance is essential. It's key. It is in line with the efforts carried out in the United Nations system. WHO must accelerate its policies to be able to achieve this. In the same way, geographical balance must be sought more. And we are in favor of a volunteer program, as it's advocated in the document. It gives an environment, in a favorable environment for the organization. This is already in line with what's being done in other UN agencies. The implementation platform of the WHO is its future. And its future activities with the UN, we think it's very, very welcome. We'd like to know how these search codes, in keeping with national requirements, how does that go along with the requirements which the WHO requires? And then there's going to be a mobility policy which is going to be obligatory for all professionals in 2019, all the professionals organization. This can be added to the number of retirements in strategic positions. The organization, in our opinion, lacks a long-term succession policy so as to not create a gap in certain key posts. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I see no further comment. There's a number of specific questions to the Secretary. You have the floor, sir. Madam.
Thank you very much, President. So I just wanted to first start with the very good news, because you all insisted on the need to improve gender in the organization, and you have seen already that we have made progress thanks to the commitment of senior management. And I have the good news to tell you that already in 4 months and a half, we have improved by 0.9. So in December 2016, we were 42.8% women in the long-term professional positions. And on the 15th of May, we are 43.7% female staff members in the professional category. So already 0.9% in 4 months and a half. It's very impressive, and that shows very much the commitment of senior management and hiring managers towards gender parity. We also have seen already an improvement in the number of women taking position at the P5 and above level. And on that note, I have also to correct what has been said about the regions of CRO. There are 2 women, actually, WRs, and we are having more and more women, and we are also very much committed to attracting women, qualified women, for this role. And I know that the GPG had recently discussions precisely with the purpose of improving the pool of candidates to be assessed for the purpose of taking the WR positions. So on gender, thank you very much for your support, and you can see already there is an improvement. We are also very much closely working with the other UN organizations, and you know that the new UN Secretary General is very committed to gender parity. So there is a strategy which is put in place in the UN Common System, and we are all learning from the others in order to improve. That brings me to diversity. Actually, what we have noticed, and that is across the UN Common System, if we improve in gender parity, if we find a way to do outreach and find qualified candidates for female candidates, then it works exactly the same way for underrepresented or not representing countries. So the tactics, the commitment, the engagement in improving gender is also benefited to the diversity. Now, on mobility, again, I have to say thank you very much for, again, reiterating your support to mobility and to calling for mandatory mobility and for more mobility from headquarters to the region and to the country offices. Your support is extremely important. Staff members need to hear that you want that to happen. So, yes, first, can I say that we have the evaluation report, and there was an evaluation done by the evaluation office on the first year of voluntary phase, and there is a paragraph 18 where you can see some summary of the first indications of this evaluation. I completely adhere to the findings of the evaluation. The problem of the voluntary phase is that it is voluntary for staff members to apply for positions, but it is also voluntary for hiring managers to give us positions in the compendium that we can advertise and for which staff members can apply. And I think we have lacked on the first year and the second year wish from some hiring managers to give position and let the corporate mechanism of placing staff do its part. They wanted to keep the control. So we are now exploring with management representatives in the regions, we are exploring all the ways to do voluntary mobility so that we have a larger amount of positions to advertise, and we can learn from a larger scale of moves what that will mean for us when we come to the mandatory phase. But we are working every day. We learn the lessons of what we have done, and we will come with new proposals, and I'm hopeful that in January next year I will report already progress in that area. You mentioned non-staff and temporary appointments and what that means for us in the quality of the candidates. First of all, I mean, on temporary appointments, I have to say that the package that we offer is very similar than the package that is offered for fixed-term staff. So at the end of the day, the impact is more on the fact that it's a limited amount of time that staff can spend with us, and at one point they have to leave the organization. Perhaps they will be reappointed 1 month later, and they will be given a new contract. So I do not see, and that I have discussed with the technical units, but I do not see a lack of quality in the applications that we receive for positions published on temporary appointments, because at the end of the day what matters is the nature of the terms of reference and the commitment of the candidates to contribute to the community. So I do not see any issue with the use of temporary appointment, but I think it's a very conservative way for managers when they have no guarantee in the funding. They need the activity to take place, they need the work to be done, but they cannot offer what it means for a fixed term. And so far, I have not seen any drawbacks in that course of action, and I would not suggest that way we change course. On non-staff, the notion is definitely that we are using the expertise at one point in time for a specific piece of work. So again, we are looking for experts, And I think we have managed so far to receive very good quality applications for consultancy. It's also a very reasonable way for the organization to achieve what it has to achieve when it cannot establish fixed-term positions on the work plan. SSS are not mentioned in the data for HR because at the end of the day, SSS are not yet recorded in the systems of WHO as human resources. They are still recorded as in the module of procurement. And for that reason, we have a large disparity of recording the data. And therefore, we, HRD, we are not in a position to vet the numbers and whether they are equivalent fixed term as we should be doing. But Polio, Endgame, and in the context of the transition and the liabilities attached with the Endgame, has realized that they had an issue with the recording of SSS, and they are working in capturing better the data of SSS. Once we have found that safe enough, I would not mind to report, of course, in the HR report. But I have to admit I was not ready to give you an information I was not sure about. About promotion, you asked the question about promotion. Promotion is only through competitive process. We have staff applying for higher level positions. That can only happen for ad hoc vacancies. Mobility is about lateral moves, so there is no promotion through mobility, but through competitive process, the best candidate gets the position, and it happens quite often that internal staff get a promotion through the ad hoc vacancies. Regarding emergencies, I wanted also to reassure you that we have done a lot of work on policies and processes to expedite the recruitment of people that are needed for the deployment in the emergencies areas. And I am very hopeful that with the new recruitment systems that we have put in place, the new recruitment platforms that we have put in place, we will not only be able to do expedite recruitment and onboarding, but we will also have roster management, which will allow having pre-qualified candidates that we can contact immediately when there is a need for emergency. And we will also have a search skills inventory and search tool so that all the profiles that are in the system, as soon as there is a need for a given profile, we can search that profile and contact the person, whether it's an internal candidate or an external candidate. And finally, although I suspect it will be for the next item on the agenda, I have taken note of what you said about mandatory age of separation at 65. With an implementation date on the 1st of January 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your explanation, Madame Noquet. I think her explanation did not clarify one small point, which is quite critical. You said the employment of temporary staff for which he or she has to live for a while and be redeployed, and that did not jeopardize his or her commitment or qualification or contribution to the organization. What is the cost implications? If this is the case, it is streamlining and efficiency gain, and that may suit more, not the long term, which is a global trend. In Thailand, it become more contractual agreement, short term, and then we can manage talent. We don't have the burden on retraining, reassignment. But the WHO need to ensure that we have abide to all the agreement and international commitment on convention on employment, pension benefit, etc. Can you clarify this a little bit so that committee members feel happy and satisfied?
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to clarify. Staff on temporary appointments have exactly the same entitlements as staff on longer-term appointments. They have exactly the same medical insurance coverage, and they are also affiliated to the UN Pension Fund. So there is absolutely no issue about this type of compensation package and social protection, where definitely the organization is conservative, is the fact that temporary appointment doesn't create any long-term liabilities when the position is abolished. You do not have to grant that person reassignment right and termination indemnity because it was a short-term appointment. But for the rest, there is no differences.
I also recognize Panama. Want to make intervention, Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're always talking about human resources of the organization, and with this, of the importance of human resources for suggestion and the transformation of the organization. But it's necessary to really visualize it as it is, human talent with requirements. And mobility is important as the gender balance is, but also labor stability, which in some way has an impact and has been impacted on by the hiring mechanisms of the staff. The contracting appointment of staff has to be focused on satisfying the requirements, demands of the organization regarding skills, capacities, commitments, leadership, and temporary appointments. That should be a mechanism which is useful for the handling of specific topics, which requires specific skills too. Now, this makes us conclude that the handling of this mechanism should not be the permanent, ongoing form of hiring or contracting, nor the prevailing one. The contents of the Secretariat make me think that although temporary contracts are undoubtedly a good alternative, having staff who feel part of the organization is basic for the sustainable success for the change and transformation processes required. You invest in development of capacities, which not necessarily is maintained as part of the system. Finally, it's essential that we do not delay the entry into force of the new retirement provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comment. I'd like to summarize one by one. First, on the first paper, which is the annual report 2016 on human resource, the discussion has shown that despite the good effort by the Secretariat, as shown by Annex in the report, and in the Annex you have 3 pillars. Sourcing talent, maintain talent, and enabling work environment. The remaining much to be done on the right column is on first pillar. So we urge the Secretariat to continue to achieve that work to be done on the second column of that. Despite this good effort, and you have achieved gender balance between in end of December last year, 43.8% of total P5 above long term. And also as of 15 May, which is a few days ago, you have achieved 43.7. It's 1 percentage point lower slightly, but that is life. We urge the organization to continue accelerate this gender. In Thailand, female outperform male. Evidence has shown that female outperform male.
Only in Thailand?
This is a country I know best. I cannot speak on behalf of other countries. Therefore, there's no point that we discriminate gender, female. They are equally qualified. We have to accelerate our progress. One of the missing link, which is the voluntary mobility, which is quite slow. Therefore, if the PBAC has a strong statement to send to the staff members that this is the intention of the governing body, that we require voluntary until 2019. We will have a mandatory rotation across headquarter, regional office, and country office. And we note with appreciation that the contract, the temporary contract, does not jeopardize the contribution and commitment of this staff to the organization. So that is the summary of the first report. If there is no further comment, may I therefore invite the committee on behalf of the board to recommend to the Assembly to note the annual report on human resource contained in this document is 70/45. I see no objection. It is so decided. Now I turn to the amendment of staff regulation and staff rules. Could you please kindly look at document 141/11, page 5. I listened carefully, and there's a majority support to have a harmonization of the UN General Assembly resolutions, and our brother and sister agency has implemented as required. So that means by 1st January 2018. So I hear clearly that there's majority support to go with the first formulation, draft resolution 1. So the text is here, confirm in accordance with staff regulation 12.2, the amendment to staff rule 410 and 1020 that have been made by the DG with effect from 1st January 2018. So this is the first formulation. The second formulation, for which I haven't seen any member state or board committee members or non-member support, which is with effect from January 1st, 2020. So this is, we have to make recommendations to the board on this. I recognize USA. You have a comment, please.
Thank you very much, and I think that several delegations had spoken to it, but none on the PBAC. So so we wish to speak on this item as well. We appreciate the information in the document provided, and we recognize that there are costs associated with the first option, the draft 1, for the organization. I think the bigger issue for our delegation is the responsibility inherent in participation in the UN system and to abide by ICSC and General Assembly decisions. So to ensure consistency in staff compensation and benefits across UN organizations, we do support the draft 1 option to proceed, and again recognizing that the case had been spelled out as to why it would be beneficial to the organization to on a financial and really on some human resource policy grounds as well to have considered the short delay. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. May I ask the Secretariat of Sweden? Sorry. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Secretariat for providing us with the information regarding the implications of the implementation of the mandatory age of separation. We have considered this, but our position from last PBAC and the EB in January, however, remains. And there we would like to add our voice to those who have already spoken on this issue. Thank you. Oh, perhaps I should clarify myself. We will implement it in time, that is in January 2018, and in harmonization with the rest of the UN.
Madam DG, I always focus on evidence decision, evidence-informed decision. The committee should be fully informed the cost implication if we go with option 2 compared to option 1, as well as the number of staff members which will be affected between option 1, which is immediate implementation by 1st January 2018, compared to January 2020. So cost implication and staff member implications, so that we are transparent here, and it will be an informed decision. Even the majority of colleagues here is fully supporting option 1.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. The paper EB 141/11, paragraph 11, has provided some figures in terms of the numbers of staff, and of course, as well as the financial implications. But I think as Director General of this organization, it is important for me to point out to you the implication of your decision, which is policy incoherence. On the one hand, you want us to implement gender equity, and you also ask us to do cost saving. But on the other hand, you want us to implement this. Now, it's easy to talk, but to implement is a different ballgame. And I don't mind to tell you, when the Secretariat has to report back progress on all these three policies, you will see that we are not able to do it. We may be able to achieve one and then compromise the others. I'm speaking particularly on behalf of the African region. Dr. Sidi Moeti has done a lot of homework and expressed her deepest concern to me. As a DG, I listen to my Audis, I listen to my staff, and I have to inform you. Based on my assessment and propose the way forward for you to consider. At the end of the day, we are the servants, you are the bosses. If you choose to move ahead, I have no problem. But don't come back in 1 year or 2 years' time. Oh my goodness, thank goodness I'm leaving. But that is irresponsible. I want to make sure I bring this matter to your attention so that you don't blame the next DG for not being able to implement some of the policies you want. You know, policy incoherence is not new. But it is my responsibility to point out to you. And I thank the PBAC members and the non-PBAC members expressing their positions. Yes, and I thank you for your encouragement to implement the policy in January 2018. But I'm just raising a doubt in my mind all the time. If you talk about UN agency alignment, how come some agencies are allowed and they can defer and not WHO? Okay, maybe asking for 2 years is a bit long. At least, as this morning you were discussing the program budget, several member states who have spoken talk about we need to wait for the new leadership to look at the budget. This is perhaps at a juncture, another item you may wish to be a little bit more flexible so that the next DG can, look at the evidence I have presented and see how things are doing maybe come back to you in January 2018 for another discussion before you decide. Okay, if the evidence is not strong or stronger than what I have presented, you can say that, all right, delay in 1 month, implement in February 2018. Between friends, what's 1 month? But I just want member states to give the next DG a chance. And of all regions, if Africa is affected the most, and you want Africa to improve, we have a new leadership who's committed. So, whether you would be prepared to give her a chance. Thank you.
This is in relation to the point that I raised. We have to, if we do any decision today or recommendation today, there's always implication. So that means we must be very well informed, both positive and negative consequences. If members look at EB 141/11, paragraph 11, the impact of 2020 and 2018 is 10 million, and it might affect 360 staff members who are due to retire in 2018 and 19. In conjunction, if you look at paragraph 18, for which Madame Noket has referred to, the over and under represent, this is implication. Cat A, which is underrepresent countries or member states to serve the organization, and Cat C, list C, category C, country which is overrepresented. These are staff members who due to retire. So the delay will have a positive impact on the representation of member states to serve the organization. So that is, I don't mind. It is the member state, it is the PBAC members committee who make recommendation, and it is the EB, no, to make decision, or
the assembly.
The assembly, the EB.
In June.
Oh yeah. Okay. And it is the EB who make informed decision. So that is whatever decision we made, there are implications, whatever. So if we are very full informed, the floor is open for further round of comments. If no comments, the majority of committee members here and non-member also support option 1. So I would suggest that we recommend the board to go with option 1. I see no objection. It is decided with very full inform. That concludes our discussion on agenda 2.6 and 3.10. Let's move to agenda 3.1, which is overview of financial situation. The program budget 2016-17 contained in document A70/6. As agreed, we shall take this together with agenda 3.3. which is the visual midterm programmatic and financial report for 2016-17. including audited financial report statements for 2016, as well as other relevant documents 70/40 and information document A70-INF-Doc 4. Before I open the floor for discussion, the Secretary will make a short introduction on item 3.3, which is midterm programmatic and financial report, including audited financial statement 2016. I first give the floor to Comptroller, Mr. Jeffrey. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure just to make a few short introductory comments in relation to document A7040, which, as Chair pointed out, is also supported by an information document 4, which contains further information on voluntary contributions received in 2016. A7040 is a large document. It's a big document which has several different purposes, all of which are somewhat linked together, which is why we've aggregated it into a unified report. Essentially, it can be divided into 5 main sections. The first part of the report contains introduction and summary, financial and programmatic performance, both for 2016 and for the midpoint of the 2016-2017 biennium. It then moves into more detailed updates category by category for all of the program areas within each category, giving financial and programmatic information. Thirdly, there is then a statement of internal control by the Director General, which includes the Director General's assessment of the overall control framework. You've already heard some comments about that during the discussions this morning on compliance and also in relation to the IEOAC observations. Fourthly, the financial statements which have been audited by the external auditor for 2016. And lastly, at the back of the document, there are some annexes which contain further charts on the income and expense for the period and contain detailed ratings for the program areas by the different output ratings, whether outputs are on track or at risk and so forth. As the PBAC, it's your responsibility to review and make any observations on the financial statements for 2016 and then recommend acceptance to the Health Assembly. But of course, the agenda item here is also to provide the opportunity for commentary and discussion on the programmatic aspects of the report. Very briefly, in terms of total income then for 2016, the report shows 2.4 billion. Of that, the majority is for the program budget, 2.2. The expense is slightly higher, 2.5, but the program budget expense is 2.2, so it is flat between expense and income. And then in addition, we have financial revenue of 63 million. The sources of contributions are similar to that in previous years. We have the assessed contributions of voluntary contributions, and you have already had some observations this morning about the relative split between the two. Of the voluntary contributions, it's just over half coming from member states. The expenses are split between those for what we call the base program part of the budget, and that for polio and emergencies, and the split is approximately 60% for the base programs and 40% for polio and emergencies. In terms of expenditure types, the staff costs represent still the biggest single expenditure line for the organization. About 40% of the expenditure is staff cost. Contractual services is then the next largest item, and further details are in the annex of the report. I'm happy to note as well, because there was comment this morning on efficiency savings, our travel costs for 2016 did achieve a significant reduction over 2015. We actually met the 10% reduction. In terms of a few other points, just to conclude, the financial statements also provide information about the overall assets and liabilities as at the 31st of December 2016, information also about the cash flows. Those liabilities, of course, include the after-service health liability, which is the long-term actuarial projection of future liabilities that was again briefly touched upon this morning. Very lastly, in terms of overall financing for the budget at the midpoint of the biennium, the financing was for the base programs 83% at the end of December. That has now increased to around 93%, 94%, in fact, I think now in the web portal. And of course, the latest and most up-to-date information can be found in the web portal, and of course there is further reference to the latest financing situation in the document referred to under agenda item 3.1, and I would of course refer PBAC members and other members to the web address open.who.int if they wish to consult that further latest information in the web portal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Comptroller Mr. Jeffrey. That is very clear. Floor is open for comments. We may start first with the overview of the financial situation on program budget 2016 and 17. As the first report in your tab, in your document A70/6. And the other one is the judicial midterm program. This big book that our French colleague said no one look at it, but it's a legal document. It's a financial statements by auditors. And very heavy book, and also expensive. It's published in Geneva. True. Floor is open. Maybe you become very much nausea with figure. Jeffrey, your presentation is lucid clear.
New Zealand.
New Zealand, you have the process.
Thank you. It is a monster document with lots of interesting points in it. I was going to ask your indulgence to actually go straight to A76, specifically para 14, which makes reference to the fact that potentially if some of the budget imbalance isn't addressed, work programs may have to be stopped. We're certainly interested in seeking information on the technicalities of how that can be done, because our experience and discussions in the past before is it's exceptionally easy to say, it's exceptionally difficult to do. And I think it's something that may need to be further discussed, and certainly we would be more than willing to participate in those kinds of discussions.
Thank you, New Zealand. I understand that you refer specifically on the financial gaps, which is paragraph 12, 13, and 14, in bridging the current gaps. The organization is about to off the cliff if you cannot find money to fill the gap June to December this year.
And in that respect, we think that, even beginning for this issue and into the future for the next general programme of work, revisiting prioritisation may be the only way to do this, but with a hard edge to it, which means that we are committed to stopping something as opposed to hoping that we don't have to stop something because, we set sail with it in the sure and certain hope of a miracle when in fact, it never is delivered.
Further comments from committee? I recognize USA. You have the floor.
Thank you, and just a few general comments of thanks, particularly, as New Zealand said, the monster document, but our comments also on the document 6. Appreciating the member states have been saying for a long time about the need for broadening the donor base so some limited progress in that area, but also since this started, that over more than 40 new contributors have come forward, and we hope that redoubled efforts around many of those contributors sustaining and their contributions that will go a long way. And also just as others mentioned under other items, the continued improvements to the budget web portal and the now implementation of the IADI initiative is very reassuring to us and to donors that WHO is being a very good steward around the resources that we're providing. Thanks.
Thank you, USA. I recognize Egypt, followed by Mexico.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Thanks a lot for giving me the floor. I believe all the remarks or the observations that we highlighted in the morning on the biennium of 2018-2019 could be also applied to the current situation we are facing right now in this current biennium. We would like as well to highlight some of the facts and that are highlighted in this report. It's pretty clear that our point of view that the financing dialogue in its current format is not enough to address the financial situation of the organization. Despite the enormous efforts that member states have taken in the last few years in order to adopt a package of huge reforms, historical reforms since the WHO was established, we are seeing some critical issues highlighted by the report here, and like the decrease in the core voluntary contributions, for example, and which actually raises a lot of questions or a lot of doubts about the relevance or about the relevance of the huge reforms that we have conducted in the last couple of years. I don't know if the current situation continues as it is right now, how the organization is going to cope with it. If even we call for another financing dialogue in order to address this issue, it will be in November, and the biennium will be close to be over. So it's really a challenging issue, and I have to express our concern about what was mentioned in paragraph 14, that the organization will need to reduce or stop activities in some areas. And we would like to know how the Secretariat will determine these areas that are going, or activities that are going to be stopped. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mexico. Egypt. Mexico, please. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank the Secretary for the report and the presentation made this afternoon. We would like to express that in the meeting in January, the January meeting of the PBAC and the EB in January, our delegation had already said that they had a concern as regards to financial deficit, particularly for these base programs and even also for health emergency programs. So we'd like to urge that a diagnostic analysis be made so it would guide the member states on efficiencies and use of resources so as to be able to identify areas with financing programs and be able to have alternative solutions. We still think that there's a need to have more information and emphasize the need of focusing efforts on priority issues with available funds. In this way, we would accompany the idea that we should conclude this biennium with the available resources and, if necessary, limit or stop the activities which are not key, substantive. And then we could also consolidate our dialogue with the contributors and continue with austerity measures. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize China.
Thank you, Chair. The Chinese delegation thanks the Secretariat for this informative midterm programmatic and financial report for 2016 to 2017. We're very glad to see that under DG's leadership and through mutual efforts of the Secretariat and the Member States, the 2016-2017 program, the budget implementation has made achievements. Multiple measures have been adopted to safeguard transparency of fund use and stability of financing channels. We also noticed that the categories of health emergency program, chronic diseases, social determinants, and food safety remain short of funds. The level of flexible funds doesn't follow the increased level of earmarked voluntary contributions. We hope that the headquarters and regional offices and the country office will further strengthen financing efforts to consolidate the current base of donors, seek new donors, particularly more flexible voluntary contributions. Furthermore, WTO should enhance value for money to use limited resources in priority activities that can bring impact. The implementation of this program budget is approaching its end. We would express our gratitude to WTO regional offices, WTO office in China for the help and support given to us. Thank you.
Thank you. The situation is quite serious of the funding shortfall. Yes, I recognize France. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to come back to something that other delegates have already said. There's a large number of positive points, the concentration of resources on a certain number of programming sectors. Generally speaking, there are about 10 in almost 3/4 of the country offices. And how to go from the 3/4 to 100%, that is a question we should raise. And of course, the main question is, given the deficit, how will you decide what criteria to use when taking decisions if you have to put a stop to certain activities? And there is something that is particularly interesting on the efficiency report, and how do you link that to the financing of the programs, and just when do you think that you will publish the report on co-efficiency of the organization? Thank you.
Thank you, France. I recognize Panama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank for this report submitted, and we're very much aware of the challenges that the organization has to face in public health. We recognize the efforts carried out to be more efficient, effective for the WHO at all the levels of the organization. However, I would like to say that PANMA has already expressed on several occasions its concern for the financing deficit and the need to be able to have a priority assigned which responds to the needs, requirements, but has as a basis the availability of financial resources which exist. In other words, it'd be realistic and sustainable. And I'm really interested in knowing here which will be the mechanisms to assign priority, which the Secretariat will apply for set effects, and to be able to finish this biennium in a more acceptable manner without a deficit.
Thank you, Panama. I recall our French colleague here intervention in the morning that this is a structural problems facing WHO for the last 2-3 decades. Structural mean there's so dim chance to improve the situation. On the one hand, UK said 3% increase in assess contribution is peanut, and he support 10%. Thailand also support 10% assess contribution, and that 10% also did not change anything on the proportion between VC and AC. And the root cause is reflected in paragraph 5 in document 70/6. So because we increased the best program budget by about 400 million, mostly on the health emergency program, for which is triggered by Ebola crisis. Second, reduction in flexible VC and reduction in the earmark voluntary contribution, because the organization live with voluntary contribution, either earmark or non-earmark. And this will repeat the same history again if we cannot redo this structural limitation. I'd like to invite the sitting here and ADG. DG is leaving for G20. I forgot to tell her that mobilize money from G20 also. And at the same time, program budget 18-19 will face the same situation, because the world economic is up and down in a cycle. And in Europe, some country in Europe has not yet recovered from economic downturn and crisis. And Brazil said in the morning that his government has negative GDP growth for 2-3 years. Then what are the solutions? Bring in more money, streamlining, improving efficiencies. And UK said, to some extent, we cannot push or punch over the weight. We cannot punch beyond your weight. So that means we have achieved the maximum efficiency, or still efficiency gain can be done. And finally is to reprioritize, scale down, which is very painful, or termination of some less important programs. Therefore, I'd like to invite, this is so critical, I'd like to spend a few more minutes with reflection from all the RD and ADG hand. Can I start first with lady? Africa RD. The second lady is Khalesa. Third lady is my dear sister, Dr. Punam Singh. And then followed by the fourth lady from Europe. And 2 gentlemen. You have the floor, Africa. What is your reflection in this situation?
Thank you, Chair, for this honor of being the first RD to be asked to comment on this question. I think my reflection is along the lines that you've already stated. This is a This has been a recurring issue in WHO, and I think what we've just heard about the structure of the program budget underlines the difficulty and the challenge that we are facing. I also, reflecting on previous attempts to prioritize in WHO, recognize that this too is a challenge. Because when we started off on the WHO reform a few years ago, I was not a regional director at that time, but I was a member of the Secretariat. I remember a robust discussion about reducing the range of areas in which WHO works, which after a while of discussion came around 360 degrees to essentially retaining this broad range of programmatic areas in which to work, rather packaged differently in categories as opposed to areas of work that we had before. And since that time, we have seen an expanding range of areas in which WHO works. So I believe that we need to return to the issue of prioritization and perhaps have the Secretariat make a proposal to Member States. We can prioritize and reduce the range of program areas. This, I accept, differs by the needs of different regions. And we can also prioritize by reducing the range of functions in WHO and the role that we play, and try to restrict this to a role that is the most important, that cannot be filled by other agencies, and play rather the role also of mobilizing other partners to provide support for countries. I believe that will require a robust discussion with the Member States to have this accepted, because we may make decisions in the governing bodies, but the requests and the expectations of programs at country level drive a certain range of, a wide range of areas in which we try to intervene as an organization. So I do believe that, and I echo what some of the other Member States, we need to prioritize together with the Member States and reach an agreement with the Member States where the expectations can be managed and the Secretariats can focus what we do in terms of role and range of program areas. Thank you.
But Afro has much higher potential to attract VC. Is that correct? You have more potential to attract voluntary contribution from partners?
I think we certainly are working in the region with the heaviest disease burden and with the highest number of low-income countries, least developed countries whose health systems are poorest. I also think that, so that is a sense of potential. We would need to have the capacity to effectively work with the rest of our system to be able to mobilize those resources. We have been having a discussion about improving the capacity of the organization to improving the investment of WHO in our resource mobilization capacity. Certainly, given two staff members in our resource mobilization team currently, we would need to do something very different in terms of investment to benefit from the potential of the type of region in which we work. Yeah.
Thank you. Adi Paho.
Thank you. I think the world expects a WHO that is fit for purpose, but a WHO that has the capacity to not only set norms and standards, but to respond effectively and timely to emergencies, but also to deliver technical cooperation to member states. This is what I hear member states ask for repeatedly over, I've been coming to these meetings since 2008, so almost 10 years. We keep adding program areas for this organization, and without adding resources. And if this must continue, member states either need to invest much more in the organization, or I would agree with Marty, together we need to prioritize. Now, in PAHO, we go through a rather elaborate prioritization process, which we do jointly with member states. And because PAHO, excuse me, but it's PAHO, but WHO's work needs to be country focused. This joint prioritization process, therefore, must begin with member states, and that happens in WHO as well. But we are just coming out of a prioritization process. And one of the things that we recognized is that there are some areas that the Secretariat considered they were high priority, but member states didn't rate them as high priority. Because, like social determinants of health, we thought that was a huge priority, and member states were asking. But many of them in their rating did not rate it very high because they considered that this was best done by other agencies. So, in a way, I think we need to take a very good look at the range of program areas that we have to respond to. We need to do a robust prioritization process. I will be the first one to say there are efficiencies to be made. I think decentralizing to a certain extent, to a greater extent than we have, will help also to reduce the expenditure and create efficiencies. I might be very unpopular here, but I really do feel that there are a number of programs at headquarters level that are too heavily headquarters that should be decentralized somewhere and place that expertise at the regional or at the country level where it's much cheaper. So I think that we need to have some with member states, and I don't think that the Secretariat alone should do it. I think it should be a joint exercise with member states. On the other hand, I believe that member states have a responsibility. They expect us to be there and they expect us to work, but you can't keep an organization when you do not expect your assessed contributions to rise over 5 biennium. No, it's 4 biennium. You can't expect that. And we know that our member states are going through a range of financial issues. But at the same time, you must stop asking us why. This morning I'm listening and it's, please, we need to cut down category 6, and I agree we need to cut down category 6. But please, please, Secretariat, make sure you have enough money in risk management. Make sure you have enough money. So it's sometimes our suggestions are inconsistent because we never say, okay, increase risk management, reduce so-and-so. So every time you increase, you need to be saying where to cut back. So it's not a tenable position. Not for the Secretariat and not for member states. And if we want a WHO that's fit for purpose, we need to engage into this level of investment and prioritization and effective efficiencies. I believe there are some areas that WHO is working on that we should not be working on. I think we need to share some of that responsibilities with member states that are with other organizations that are better placed to do this. I don't know. There is a public health aspect to the drug problem, but in a way, public health has a way of expanding our horizon, so to speak, and getting into subject matter that we probably shouldn't. Yes, we need to be very much part of the discussion of what are the public health aspects of the drug problem. And I believe, but we need to make sure that that is done within a bigger approach of the UN or whoever, where others can take that share in that responsibility as well. And so that's just an example. But what I do know is that we can't continue like this. We can't continue for member states to be asking us to do more and more and more and saying, well, no money, no money. So in PAHO, we are working to raise voluntary contributions, but even that is difficult. We have noticed that from our traditional donors, our voluntary contributions are decreasing. And we are of increasing. We are in the process of improving our resource mobilization and looking for non-traditional donors. And frankly, I think we can improve our resource mobilization in the organization. We need to learn from others who've done it very well. And especially, you have NCDs, for example, that's a #1 priority that takes more deaths than all of the communicable diseases that we can think of, no? Except for if we get a pandemic influenza. But not one person is willing to give, very, very few, willing to give voluntary contributions towards NCDs. A program that has been rated #1 by many of our countries. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Carissa, for your extended explanation. I think this cause is so critical that we should spend, and RD and WHO headquarters are the indispensable partner to jointly solve this off the cliff. And I invite RD Zero.
Thank you, Chair. Agreeing with what has been said before, I would like to reiterate that ours is a problem of an organization which is expected to do a lot and where the resources are very limited. Now, in a situation like this, what can we do? One is to try to get more resources, whether it's through VC or an AC increase. The second is to cut our expenditures, bring in more efficiencies. And the third is to reduce our program areas of work. Now, over the years, I've seen that there have been attempts, and I go back to 1998 when Dr. Brundtland joined this organization, where there was a very serious attempt to prioritize programs. And there was an attempt to sunset programs. So each executive director was asked to go through that exercise, over which we spent a lot of time. However, the net result was that nothing was really reduced because there were lobbies which were pushing for that very program to stay and not to be sunset. So we were where we started, and it was really a futile exercise. Now, in the regions, in my own region, for example, I've tried to prioritize by introducing flagships. And I have introduced 7 flagships, corresponding with the GPW and the leadership priorities, and tried to see that 75% of the resources that I have go into that. However, we do reach a situation where we do need resources for unexpected events or certain requests which come from member states for which we do not have the resources. Much though we would like to support it, and even though it falls in our mandate, it becomes a real challenge to meet those resources, meet those requests. So there have been suggestions that, to bring in efficiencies, we could stop recruitments so that there's a total freeze on new recruitments and we only take in what is absolutely essential. 2, that we just do not take any temporary staff at the moment because that also costs. But, these are not really very viable solutions because there are needs which need to be met with. As far as raising more resources is concerned, we've seen the debate this morning, and I needn't go into the details of it. We in our region are particularly in a difficult situation because we really have no donor in that region. And therefore, we get really very squeezed with the amount of funds that we have and the kinds of, programs or implementation that we need to do. In addition to that, we also have this request from the expectations from our member states that we are able to implement well. And you would remember, Chair, that in various meetings, certain guidelines have been given to us that we should be spending at least 75% or implementing 75% of our resources, including the earmarking for the first year, and then that would bring us on track with the implementation, and that's what we did this year. And yet we are in a situation where we've spent more than we usually spend, but then we are now stuck because we don't have the resources to move on in the same speed that we were moving for the first year. So by highlighting this, I'm just trying to say that this is so complex that when we try to move on with the expectations of member states, we are stuck in a situation where we do not have the resources to move on with it. And all efforts at prioritization would really need a buy-in from the member states also, and also an understanding that there's a limit to which WHO can really move on with the requests that are made. This really puts us in a difficult situation. Now, decentralization could be a way out, that there are regions within WHO which are low-cost regions or countries which are low-cost. There was an attempt to place some programs there, like leprosy program moved to our region just because the problem was really in our region and it was considered to be low cost. But I don't think more has been done on that score, and perhaps that's something that can be explored by the organization. And I do feel that, agreeing with Carissa, that there are programs here which perhaps could also go in for decentralization. And I refer to the latest program of emergencies, where in my region, I have posts in India, in Myanmar, in Indonesia, which, despite several advertisements, have not been able to attract a single person who could fill that position. And we do find that that program has a whole lot of people in headquarters. All of us do recognize when there is an emergency situation, it's the country which needs to respond first. And we really need to strengthen our countries to that effect, so that the response at the country level could be timely and could be perhaps more cost-effective. So I think we need to have a serious debate about this to see what are the functions that can be done best at the country level. How do we strengthen the country level more so that we become a more effective and an efficient organization?
Thank you, Adi. I invite European Regional Office, Adi.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to be able to address Regional Director Dr. Jakob. Has to be in a meeting, so I'm glad to be representing her. The European region is diverse. That's what I would like to start with the number of member states, but also the level of development versus East and West, and that requires a different approach from the regional office. With the only half of the region having country offices, most of the supporting functions has to be delivered by the regional office. As for 16-17, we are funded about 80%. As of now, projections is about 90%. Even though 10% gap may not look big, but it requires a serious prioritization, which we have been doing throughout the year, throughout the biennium, and which is going to happen in 18-19 as well. So actually, we are starting with a set of priorities, which has been also agreed by the member states on reprioritizing of those, which is a challenge. So what we understand from the reprioritization and in looking also into the more effective delivery methods. So what is the most focus? What is the value for money? How can we change and make a larger impact? Shall we get into more operational, technical, or shall we address the policy? And can we do that with the partnership? I think partnerships in the European region make a huge difference, which with our understanding with the EU member states, the Commission, as well as different set of member states, networks who deliver helps us hugely. So actually we get more value for the money and investments probably we make. And the way we understand the reprioritization is not really closing up certain technical areas, but also maybe looking into the scaling down and actually refocusing on our mandate and then try to define what are the different partners could be effectively delivering. And we have taken a lot of efficiency measures, which is looking into the integrated delivery of the technical programs and addressing some of the costly activities, actions, and of course also reviewing the HR plans and freezing some of the non-essential ones. And one more trend we see in the region is more support from our own member states as the new donors coming, supporting certain technical areas, which is actually contributing to the overall region, either on NCDs, now with the new emergencies, determinants, and health financing. But of course, these are all non-sustainable and which makes the long-term decision-making a difficulty because you need to continuously find solutions. And the real issue is improving the resource mobilization, which has been coordinated recently, but there is a bigger role that the regional office and particularly the country offices could play. So going back to Ardiseiro's suggestions, I think we need to look into what are the functions we could decentralize, including some of the resource mobilization efforts, and how we could get more resources to the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Western Pacific, Dr. Chin.
Thank you, Chair. Well, yes, we are working our best for making a most efficient and effective region. And I have two aspects I wanted to share with you, member states, delegates. The one is that our internal Western Pacific regional situation as one of these kind of difficult times, we foresee the difficult times, that Western Pacific regions traditionally, we've been relatively actually better situations than other regions because we had in our region several internal donor countries available, Japan and Australia, and it's now Republic of Korea joining, and so forth. But I think maybe member states may not aware what is actually we transform our management in WHO as a whole after these global reform efforts. That especially the World Health Assembly, I think 4 or 5 years ago, it made a decision that voluntary contribution and assessment contribution and the financial management in the full one pocket. So that created a huge kind of changes of this overall financial management. What can I say that I think now currently this whole fund allocation, resource allocation is mostly done by this headquarter, GMG, is our big boss, the Hans Dressen's leadership, and then of course the DG is actually supervisions. That now as a result, the WEPRO situation is very similar with the other regions. This year we now foresee that our expenditure is going to be only 70–75% of all allocated budget, which is very similar with our neighbor regions. But I want to share with you a second part is that maybe because of the DG is not now is absent, and I've been working with the DGs for I think it's so-called kind of dean. and the longest service is regional director, 8.5 years, that have some reflection what we can do. And we already noticed this kind of foresee the financial difficulty in coming biennium and even further. So that we started looking at maybe any kind of improvement in our resource mobilization, kind of current system, that DG, we decided to create this task force led by Euro RD and joined by the Zero RD. Now, two RDs now working on and reviewing this current resource mobilization mechanism and how can improve the situations. So I think we try to just better aligning with that. But I think this we can have if member states, especially donor countries, is understanding our difficulties, then I think we can do even better within given situations. That I think maybe we should, as a manager, is looking at this resource mobilization into how to allocating our these resources into actual program areas and implementing this, and then hold this kind of new alignment, systematic alignment. We're able to see all the situation, I think clearly, transparently. Then I think maybe you can get better if member states give a little bit allowances as a flexibility on earmarked contribution into certain level of flexibility within our some programmatic area. Still, we have some kind of liberty within organization for better achievement. Then I think this we can achieve within. We still have some programs has actual reserve of a fund, but the other area is totally. So I think this is something we can use this the allocated fund better ways. I think that will give. I think it's much needed some kind of resources. And I think this is something we foresee that, and then also we are fully aware that WHO is not really willing. We need a lot of training and guidance, and maybe some more professional fundraisers should be involved in this. We have a lot of potential donors. We are aware of that, but I think we can improve in this context. But I think as a conclusion, as a regional director serving more than 8 years, I really appreciating that member states really trust on the WHO, and especially I can say it is my own region, 37 countries and areas. So I think we will do our best. Well, sometimes funding is issues, but I think this with less funds, still we can do a lot of things. Thank you.
Thank you, the Western Pacific. Finally, the Emerald, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the situation for me may be a little bit different. First of all, this is the 4th month for me to be here in WHO as a regional director. Yet I've been working with WHO for more than 25 years, but as a RD, I am in-house now. Secondly, this is the first time to attend PBAC. Now I'm depressed. I'm hearing from the morning till now. There is all difficulties in the financing, how to allocate this financing and to increase 3% or 10%. So, but I'll tell you frankly the situation in the Imbro region. Now in Imbro region, which is unusual actually, during this term we are facing so many difficulties. Emergency. That emergencies, some of them are chronic and some of them are due to the reflux. Other due to the natural, some man-made, some natural emergencies. All kind of emergency you imagine it's in the region. Conflicts are there, many countries. Infrastructure of health destroyed. Other countries, they have the natural disaster like Somalia. And you know better than me. Drought is there, famine is there, insecurity. Other countries we have facing the difficulties with polio. We have still 2 countries doing the hardest job. I've been visiting myself there to just overcome this problem. All the world are waiting for us to finish these 2 countries. And the situation similar maybe to my neighbor in Africa. So with all these abnormal emergencies, then we have to respond to this. We can respond with the same budget in the normal condition, but we are responding in abnormal condition where there is no security. So the staff cannot move. We have a staff stuck in one place in Somalia. When they want to go out, they have to arrange for the security to be supported. Then we have the other area where there is conflict. And this conflict, every party, they want the resources to be taken by them. Then we are in the middle. So, yet we appreciate the support of the global partners, the support of the all countries, all other member states of the region. But that we have some countries, they are accommodating half of the refugees of the world. Imagine children, women, elderly people, diabetic patients, coronary heart disease, cancer patients, they are living in a tent. Who will provide the service for these people? I visited Lebanon, I visited Jordan, I visited Sudan, I visited Pakistan, all these countries in this short time, just to see how is the situation. Now, with the resources available in the region, when I get into the region, I look at the budget. It was only enough to cover the staff salary till June. Then after June, then I raised the issue with the DG. And thanks, she supported from here and there. But I think this situation is unusual to WHO. I've been working with WHO for more than 25, 30 years. From the time of Dr. Mahler till today, I used to attend all General Assembly, Executive Board, but this situation during these years is unusual, especially to my region even. We have know-how, we have staff. Imagine I have 30 staff, technical staff resigned, some of them retired. Now all these posts are frozen. So how can we work? Now they called me from Somalia, they said we have a drought and it is a very famine situation and we have cholera and we need more staff. Then I asked the Department of Infectious Disease, just move, go to Somalia. But when they reach there, also they cannot move around. But anyhow, we support. They be happy because we are there. But then we need medicine. Now I'll tell you one case who had died in Yemen. We wanted staff to take him back to his home country. 3 days we've been working just to how to take him from country to country till he reaches is a country in Tunis. And this operation cost $100,000 just for one case. Now imagine with all this situation. Now I look at the budget. Our budget is, we spend 65%. Still we have $120 million is missed. Whatever the issues raised here, I appreciate. Even my colleague, they throw some ideas. More collaboration with the member state to be part of the issue. Is okay, they will be, but also they have difficulties. Now, if I tell you in Iraq and Syria and Yemen, how they will be part of the issue? They cannot. Now, if you look at some of these countries, they cannot even come to the General Assembly. Now, here the region different than the other region. We appreciate all the efforts given by the WHO, by UNICEF, by other partners like Gavi, like Bill Gates Foundation, other regional support from the regional donors. So we appreciate it. But certain issue raised here, which is a little, we have to focus on. Because I appreciate during this time to certain funds, developmental funds. Their concern was there is an issue. They said your administration cost is very high. Too much meeting, too much traveling, and 13% cut from that budget. It comes to 70% from the donation. It goes for administration. So it is better to give country to country direct. So also we have to look at our system. We have to look at the issues. In order when we go approach the member state and these funds, we have to show the program. They said we need a program which is developed for certain years with a clear objective, clear achievements, and time, and with a timing, 3 years, 2 years, whatever, we are going to fund it. But we need also oversight control. Now today, we have this issue that we have to develop the bilateral agreement with one of the donors. Just now we are discussing outside the room. What is the issue? The issue we'll give money to Yemen for cholera. People are dying. We have the money we'll give you. But we need to go and see ourselves. You see, now we look to the legal division here. They cannot. They cannot go to, to audit themselves our work. This is not in the system. So I have to communicate with these people and say, okay, we have the oversight group. They can go. They can just to convince them. But we have to look at the system also. So these are the issues that I can, highlight. Now, what to do? I prepare a roadmap for the region for 5 years. And this roadmap will be presented for the RC to approve it. And this roadmap, mainly depending on the bilateral, relation with the member state, because we believe that increasing, strengthening the country offices at the member state level and strengthening this by staff will do the job more, and they will take the responsibility more. The member state will take more responsibility. They feel we are there, we are working with them. Even these country offices, we have 18 country offices. All the accommodation, the administration services, all is paid by the member state. We are paying only for the staff. So that strengthening these members, the country offices, giving them more staff, more technical people, So then they will work with the Ministry of Health, with the health provider, and they can support the program. And this is in my roadmap, strengthening this, and we will highlight on the issue that is the most important as a priority. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, R.D. Emro. I listen by using my heart to listen, not by my ear. Listen to reflection by all the frontline workers. At least R.D. is sitting at the battlefronts. Now I like to listen to Han. ADG. I hope you are listening by your heart, not your ear only.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually listening with the whole body.
Very Swedish.
It's a bit difficult to come now after all the interventions of the RDs, because I think they touched on a lot of important issues. And we also heard from you member states, and let me try to see if I can summarize a bit, and also how a couple of points how I think this should be taken forward. But I think we need to look back. In 2010-11, we were in a financial crisis, and that would originate from the global financial crisis in 2008. And we took then the decision that we had to lay off staff, which was a very traumatic and difficult, but necessary. Because what we have to remember in all this is that it's a delicate balance of staff and activities. The risk we're running when we don't have predictable funding is that we have staff, but they don't have any activity funds. Or vice versa, that we don't recruit staff and we have the activity. And that balance is difficult because, as you all recognized, we don't have the predictability, we don't have the alignment or flexibility of the funding. Where we really achieved, and we were looking back, was 2014-15. I've been reiterating what I said earlier in these meetings. In 2014-15, we were able, with the available funding, to keep all program areas and all major offices fully operational. So what happened now in 2016-17? What has changed? And there are a couple of things that has changed, and I think we need to be open about that. One was, and it was a necessity, was the new health emergency program that required more resource allocations. The other one was that we had an increase in budget, which you approved in the World Health Assembly last year, which has not been met by funding. Taking that into consideration, what can we do? And sorry, there was another very, very important thing. We saw a quite drastic reduction of the core voluntary contributions, the CVCA, 30% reduction. And why we were able to do this in 14-15 was that we could use the flexible funds very strategically to keep everybody operational. So what happened was that we got more, there were more requirements and less flexibility for the secretariats. So that's why we are in the situation 2016-17. What can we do about this now, and what should we do? There are short-term and there are long-term actions we need to take. But before we go into that, just to ensure what Panama was raising, we will definitely not go into deficiencies. Absolutely not. Because if we do that, and with the unpredictability of future funding, we might come into a very dire strait which has to be avoided. So the senior management under the leadership of the Director General and the RDs are securing that we will not go into the deficiency in 2017. So what can we do? The situation is not as bad as you could sense when you hear some of the interventions here. We can manage, but we might not be able to achieve everything we would like to do. And it's not that we're taken by surprise. We monitor the situation regularly across the organization together in a corporate way. We continue to use the available flexible funds very strategically. What we're doing now, both at headquarters, regional and country level, is that we first of all try to secure the staff we have in accordance with the program budget. We don't want to come into a yo-yo effect where we lay off people and then we need to recruit them. We try to consolidate. That means that we are holding back on new recruitments and filling vacancies, because we see this as a more cost-effective way. And what we rather do is that existing staff might get other functions or responsibilities. What we also do is that we are more careful on embarking on new activities at all levels. So at country level, it could be to hold back on requests from countries, even if they might be important, but at least say we have to postpone it because the money is not there. And the same at regional and headquarters levels. We're doing cost savings and cost efficiencies. As the controller was saying, Nick was saying here, we have a 10% reduction of travel cost. We are also on meetings, we are reducing, and through IT investments, we will see some savings in the future. However, let's not get into a kind of, excuse me, but stupid situation where you, member states, are telling the Secretariat it's cost savings, and we are telling you, you have to give us the money. It's much more complex than that, and it's a combination and a joint responsibility. So, before I go into what the 3-4 things I think we need to do in combination, just to have an understanding that we are doing prioritization. I do not appreciate when I hear that we're not doing prioritization. We're actually doing quite substantial prioritization. And what do I mean by that? But first of all, this is interesting. Those who were around in the 90s and the beginning of 2000, we often got that question. I got that question. How does WHO set priorities? We couldn't really answer that question at that time, because it was very much historical and how we continue to do work with that we have done previously. Now we are really focusing on prioritization. We're doing prioritization in 4 or 5 different ways. The first one is at country level. When we develop the program budget, it is a bottom-up. Countries are identifying together with the country office staff what are the priorities at country level for WHO. Secondly, it is the resolutions we have in the Executive Board and the World Health Assembly that are priority setting. Thirdly, it is, of course, emergencies of public health nature, where we need to have that, where we set that. And also, of course, emerging priorities within public health. And finally, which we shouldn't forget and which is important, and I know I worked at all 3 levels and I know how it is at country level, you have requests at country level that could come up ad hoc, where we as a secretariat need to provide that support to member states. That's also part of the priority setting. But while we have quite an extensive priority setting, the problem is sometimes when these different priorities do not match. And there I think we need to have maybe a rethink. And I'll finish now with what I think needs to be done. First of all, I think we need to recognize that this is not a very simple solution. It is a bit complex, and it's, as I said, it's not just raising more money, it's not just cost savings, it is something, it's a combination of all this. And it's the joint responsibility of the Secretariat and the Member States. So therefore, it should continue to be on the agenda. On the cost savings, I think we need to go further than that and talk about the value for money. Where does WHO have an added value in what programs? That will quite easily give us some directions where we can see other stakeholders or other actors maybe could do. So we're not just sunsetting and leaving the world without a public health intervention, but maybe somebody else can do that public health intervention, and it doesn't need to be WHO. So we are, as we said, we are working, and we have a working group working on this value for money, and that will be discussed further in January 2018 at the PBAC and the EB. Second one is on the resource mobilization, and we already heard that. We have a working group led by 2 RDs. We are looking into it. I think what we sometimes do wrong with the resource mobilization is just thinking giving money to WHO. No, it's not giving money to WHO. It's an investment. An investment requires returns. And I think that thinking of investments and returns need to be the foundation of when we do resource mobilization. At the same time, we also have to avoid to go back 10, 20 years when we were running for money, chasing money, taking on ad hoc new things. What we now have achieved is that we are letting the program budget guide where we will do our resource mobilization. And I think we need to continue and not be tempted to just take easy money and be accountable for something that we might not be able to deliver on. And finally, and this won't go away, I'm sorry, it is the problem how we are funded. I've said this before. If we would get our 4 to 4.5 billion biennial completely flexible, we would not have this discussion. No, we wouldn't, because that we can manage and that we would be able to implement our program budget. But since we have them earmarked to 80% and not aligned, as the RD Wipro rightly mentioned, it is this what we barely managed in 14-15, but will be so much more difficult if something is distorted or go out of the way. So I think in the long run, long term, it has to be thought, is it AC increase? Is it more flexibility on VC? Is it a clause in the VC saying if this area is fully funded, that we could use it for something else within the program budget? But I think that needs a mature and responsible discussion among us, and not just fall back to saying more money or just do cost savings. So a combination of what I just mentioned, I think, would be the key for a sound financing of WHO in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ADG. I think this kind of discourse inform member states, committee members, and non-committee members the real situation, and will guide our decision on on budget, on program budget 2018-19, for which we have generally discussed in this morning, as well as understand what the difficulty are facing by country office and the regional office. Dr. Han, you seem to be very optimistic. What is the plan B if your optimism does not come true? What is your plan B? I understand you have plan B, but you did not tell us.
No, it's very easy. Plan A and plan B is that I'm going to retire. The plan B is, as I said,
Microphone, please.
and we are already looking at it, is how we more and more will be stricter on how we do recruitments and what activities we can do, postponing things, delaying things, and as we said, some areas saying that we can't deliver because the resources are not there. Plan B for me is not to go into a deficiency. I think an organization like WHO should never go into a deficiency.
The final comment from me as a member state perspective. Every year in the Assembly and the Board, member state approve resolution, adopt resolution, and one resolution come up with one program or one unit, consistently increase number of obligation to the organization. At the same time, member states are not policy coherent. No money. No. 3% no. 10% no. So this is unfunded mandate. So that means, I think, to be very frank to member states here, we should be policy coherent. We have to honor our commitments. We commit in resolutions. We task the DG to do this, this, this. If we count a number of resolutions each year in the regional committee, in the headquarters, in global WHO resolution, and I see increasingly you be strangulate. So that is my pessimistic situation and a realistic situation. Therefore, this is part of the governance reform, and I see slow progress, snail progress. Member states want to pump A4 paper, which is resolution number this. So that is a general discussion. I see. I come back to French intervention this morning that we require a full investigation how we do our business, and it's a joint responsibility between the member state and the secretariat too, on this critical and chronic problems. I'd like to conclude agenda 3.1 on the overview, that we take note with a discourse that we listen by our heart and the whole body. And second, we recommend that the Secretariat will include our report on this financial report for 2016-17, including the audited financial statement for 2016. If there is no objection, we will finish our agenda 3.1 and 3.3. It was so decided. Now back to 3.2, that we have a pending discussion this morning, and my distinguished colleague from Spain. I understand that the Secretariat will produce a revised draft resolution based on comment and spirit that we have heard earlier this morning, which will be available all language tomorrow morning. If this is acceptable by our colleague, especially Spain and Czech Republic and his colleague, member state who support that intervention, It will be available tomorrow in 6 languages, a draft resolution for our review. So that on Wednesday next week, we have a safe sale on program budget 18 and 19, Spain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we agree with this. We just have a question. Tomorrow morning, we'll open this session with a discussion on this resolution paper. Is that what we're starting with tomorrow morning?
I understand that we are tasked, PBAC is responsible to recommend. We should not go with a draft resolution negotiation text. It is the our assembly who make a decision on this. Otherwise, we will go nowhere. And tomorrow we have 3 hours from 9:30 to 12:30, including to review the report of the PBAC 26. Therefore, upon clarification by Han, my hunch tell me that we just look at it. Any suggestion from member state here so that we can move and respond to Spanish colleague here. USA, you have the floor now. Followed by France.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm waiting for some review at Capitol, but I need to make sure that I have the proposal that is going to be considered tomorrow. I understand that there has been some discussion between the Secretariat and Spain, and we're very interested in their recommendations. The resolution is a standard resolution that's done every year. So perhaps there's an update from this morning in relation to what it is that we can have to look at overnight for consideration as the first item. Thanks.
Right to France.
Thank you, Chair. From our point of view, it's important, and we share your point of view, that it's the Assembly, of course, that will vote on the resolution. And so it's up to the Assembly, formally at any rate, to negotiate the text. At the same time, I think that we have accustomed us to how things usually are done. Given the time limits, the very extensive agenda of the Assembly, I think it's a good idea if the PBAC can make a proposal. And if we can discuss very quickly the text, which, from what you have said, at any rate, didn't give rise to any particular problems to the member states. Of course, that's yet to be seen, but I think the amendments were fairly minor, and I don't think anyone had any strong objections to it. If we could have a very quick discussion on that basis, I think that might be the best thing, the most reasonable, in order to finalize this draft and to distribute it to the other member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take recommendations by US and France. My suggestion is that Secretariat circulate email tonight. If you have 6 languages, it's better.
For English.
Otherwise, you have 1 language. If France, Spain, Arabic, and Russian, bear with me, that will circulate through email, through your mission focal point. And you have members here, committee members, and also missions, so that you review. And tomorrow we start with agenda item 3.4 on status assess contribution. And after that, we will come back on this draft resolution. I believe that the text on the preamble, there's no harm, and I believe in France's statement that it can be very quick. And if we reach a consensus to recommend to Assembly to adopt this as a feedback report, it would be a good gesture, and it will accelerate the work of the Assembly. EDG.
No, as been mentioned by the United States and France and the chair here, first of all, we can make a version available in English tonight, so you will have that, and we could have it in the 6 languages tomorrow morning. And as the chair was saying, if we don't start with it, you could make a check in your own language there. But as the chair is saying, we don't want to have a wordsmithing exercise. It is more, and it will help the Secretariat, it will more if you look at the draft resolution and say if there's any points that is of concerns or should be explored further, because then we could have discussions informally up to it's discussed at the World Health Assembly on Wednesday, the 24th.
Okay, thanks, France. Next process.
Monsieur le Président, je voulais répondre sur la question des langues.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the language question. It's the usual practice, of course, to have the text in all the languages, and the Secretariat response is fine. But I regret to have to say here that, as very often we're forced to work on the basis of English, we don't have the text, and there's a delay on the texts themselves, getting them at the beginning of the week. Some of them were made available. That's not always a very good practice, and getting the translation on the day itself. Yes, we have to put up with it.
Tim, what time you will be, you will make available all 6 languages? What time?
What I can propose is, as soon as the languages are available this evening or later tonight, they'll be placed up. So as they become available, we can put them up during the evening. Can't give you an exact time right now, Chair.
Thank you. I always observe language issues, and as chairing in a number of discussion, we must not jeopardize any member state because of language barriers. Therefore, as soon as you can, just circulate it. And the paper is very short. It is you have the old version. You just change from the last year. So much easy. So streamline your work, Tim. Thank you. Thank you. I suggest we are quite exhausted because we use our body to listen to all 6 RDs. I suggest we adjourn and have a good evening and see you tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you to all our interpreters for staying quite late evening. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow.